Give up meditation, get enlightenment by Sri Bagavath. About the author. It is not easy to write about enlightened masters like Sri Bagavath because the spiritual field itself is a mysterious one. But fortunately, I have got a special privilege to be one in the inner circle of his friends for the past 30 years. We were traveling on the same road to enlightenment, so I know something about him. Though he was born in the family of spiritual aptitude, he started spiritual seeking at his age of 18. While he settled in the profession of law, he was attracted by the teachings of Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, Ramana Maharishi, Gandhiji, J. Krishnamurti, Osho, and Nisargadatta Maharaj. He attended several meetings of J.K. and he used to stay at Ramanashram once a year along with spiritual friends, including myself. He had intimate connection with the living saint Raju Swami, known as Teni Swami. Though Sri Bagavath had attained several spiritual experiences through yoga and meditations, he felt it inadequate and he was in continuous search for enlightenment and liberation for the past 40 years. One fine evening, at his age of 58, he suddenly got his enlightenment and liberation. To his surprise, it happened within split of a second. He clearly understood the truth. All his endeavor of 40 years ended. He did not rejoice at the enlightenment with shouting and dancing, but rather he wondered how simple is the nature of enlightenment. He really feels and says that one can get enlightenment within a short period of time without any difficult meditations and yogic practices, and that simple understanding of the function of our mind is enough. Presently, many sincere seekers are getting enlightenment through this master. He is very simple and he does not hesitate to guide them who approach him with real quest. By V. S. Aranganathan, M.A. M.Ed., Sri Sai Nivas, Tiruchendur. Chapter 1. Who says? Meditation is something that cannot be separated from our life. We have adopted meditation as part of our life. Most of the people are doing daily meditation. It is done not only by the spiritual aspirants but also by ordinary people. Tension, do meditation. Now, this is the normal advice given by most of the physicians. The number of persons doing meditations are increasing day by day. Under these circumstances, it will definitely raise confusion if one is asked to give up meditation. When you are doing your daily meditation with sincere involvement, and if I ask you to give up meditation, will you leave me easily? You are not single person doing meditation. There are so many people practicing meditation like you. Institutions which charge money for the training of meditation are also developing nowadays. At this instance, if I ask you to give up meditation, surely there will be opposition that I know for myself. Then, how dare am I to tell you like this? But I am not the first person to express the statement, give up meditation. Even before me, some other master also said it. Always abandon meditation. Practicing samadhi, trance, a frozen state of meditation are all our bondages. It is so said in his Gita by Ashtavakra Maharishi, a renowned saint. It is he who bestowed enlightenment upon the king Janaka. Meditation is not necessary. It creates problem. So give up meditation. He says categorically. When each and every one is praising meditation and enlisting its benefits, how can it be a dangerous one? How can it be a problematic one? There are so many rishis who have done meditation. There are so many sages who attained the state of samadhi through meditation. They all expressed the greatness of meditation. Then, how can we say that meditation is bad? How can we criticize meditation? Then, what is meditation actually? Really, are there defects in meditation? When anybody says that meditation is something to be given up, is there any valid reason behind it? When the entire world is having high opinion about meditation, why Ashtavakra Maharishi alone condemned meditation? But most of the institutions and people are in favor of meditation. Their approach towards meditation is very reasonable. Their reasons are based not only on their intelligence and knowledge, but also upon their actual experience. When they ask, why should we give up meditation? We have to meet their question. Why should we give up meditation? Now, who is going to answer their question? Who is going to explain the statement that meditation is not correct and one has to give up meditation? Will Ashtavakra come forward to explain? He said it in his own way in the Ashtavakra Gita that we have to give up meditation. He said it and gone forever. We cannot meet him and so we cannot ask him to explain his statement. Moreover, he never appeared before you and told you not to do meditation. So, we cannot ask him why he said like that. In the same way, he cannot come and tell you that it is so. Then, who is to give explanation? Who is responsible to explain it? It is he who takes the words of Ashtavakra alone is responsible to explain the statement. When I say give up meditation and meditation is bad, I cannot escape saying, no, they are not my words, not my statement, it is the statement of Ashtavakra. I cannot hide myself behind Ashtavakra. If I hide myself behind Ashtavakra, then the statement give up meditation and get enlightenment would be simply a gabbling act with neither valid reason nor substance. So I have to meet it. I have to explain it. I have to face it without the help of Ashtavakra. Okay, is there any reasoning in the statement give up meditation and get enlightenment? Is it true? Is it really meaningful? Is there any valid reason behind the statement? Actually, what is meditation? What is enlightenment? What is the relationship between the two? Is there any defect in the meditation which is regarded as supreme by many? Is meditation not necessary for enlightenment? Can we attain enlightenment without doing meditation? What is the actual truth which satisfies all these questions? Now, let us examine. Chapter 2. Neutrality is necessary. We have entered into the discussion whether meditation is necessary or not. Meditation is not necessary for enlightenment and hence we have to give up meditation. We can get enlightenment without meditation. This is my stand. I am trying to substantiate my statement that meditation is not necessary. Now, what is your part? What is your role in this discussion? What is your stand? Meditation is a necessary one. It is a must for one to get enlightenment. If you have this stand and idea, then you will have the temperament of denying what all I would explain. You will argue against each and every one of my words. In this situation, you will have the mentality of neglecting my views. You might have heard the humorous story of Mullah Naziruddin. Mullah once was sitting at the front of his house. It was raining and Mullah was watching it with amusement. One of his friends came running and he covered his head with a blanket so as to protect his head from the rain. Mullah stopped him and advised him, "Rain shower is a gift of God to man. You should not avoid rain that falls on your head. If you do so, it is really a humiliation to God." His friend realized his mistake. He removed the blanket away from the head and went to his house, drenching in the heavy fall of rain. As a result, he caught heavy fever because of his soaking in the rain. He had to be in the bed for 3 days. On the fourth day, he recovered from the fever and prepared to go out from his house. But it was raining then also. He was rather hesitant whether or not he should walk barehead in the rain, the God's gift. Thinking so, he hesitated to step out of the house. But to his surprise, he saw Mullah himself running and covering his head with a blanket so as to protect his head from the showers of the rain. He called up Mullah and asked him, "You have advised me not to humiliate the God's gift, the rain, by covering my head when raining, but you yourself have done the same thing. Is it right on your part to humiliate God's gift by covering the head and running away from the downpour?" He asked Mullah accusingly, for which Mullah replied very calmly, "My dear friend, I am running only because that I should not humiliate God by placing my legs upon the God's gift, the rain. I have to cover through my head so as to avoid the rain come down to my legs." If anybody tries to justify himself, there would be no end for it, because everyone may go on justifying himself. We may discuss, but we should not argue. Argument will never bring the truth. If you take the role of arguing in favor of meditation, it will keep you in your own place. Then I can never convince you. You should not be an advocate for meditation, but you have to upgrade yourself to be a judge. You must take the role of a judge so that you can weigh both sides by keeping you in a neutral position, so that you can lend ears to both sides. When you come to the position of a judge, you can apply your mind without any bias. Otherwise, you cannot but take the role of Mullah Naziruddin. Advocate cannot be a judge. When you were a judge, you can come to the right conclusion by hearing both sides. So, you have to approach and consider our issue, doing meditation or giving up meditation. Now, as a judge, you are asking questions. It is only a clarification and not argument. So, you are asking questions to get full details of the issue. Is the statement, "Give up meditation and get enlightenment," really meaningful? Does meditation give disturbance to the attainment of enlightenment? Does meditation have ill effects? Is meditation useless? What is the real stand of meditation? What is its real nature? How does it prevent enlightenment? Chapter 3: The Way to Enlightenment. We cannot assure that everybody is interested in the spiritual field. Somebody may be interested in prayers and devotion to God. and somebody may be interested in doing meditation. Some people may be atheists and they will say God himself does not exist. Some may be interested only in intellectual truths and psychological aspects. But most of the people are not interested in any of these ways. They are the average people of the society. Among the persons interested in the spiritual field, enlightenment is regarded as the highest state that one should attain. They work all their best to attain this highest state, the enlightenment. It is so if they are interested in spirituality, but it is not in the case of an ordinary person. He does not know even the word enlightenment itself. What all he knows is that one must live without any sorrow or suffering, and that one must live with peace of mind. There should be no sorrow in life. This is the highest state concerning with an ordinary human being. This is the good and desirable state for himself. Spiritual people demand enlightenment. Ordinary people demand sorrow-free state. What is the difference between the two? Are we heading towards some other direction instead of knowing what meditation is? No, we are not going away from the question as to what meditation is. Rather, we are going towards it step by step. Enlightenment and sorrow-free state. Is there any relationship between the two? The famous Tamil poet Thiruvalluvar says in his magnum opus Thirukkural, "Those who reach God's feet alone can conquer sorrow." Reaching God's feet means nothing but the highest state of spirituality. It means enlightenment itself. In other words, it is said that the enlightened person alone can be free from sorrow and suffering. Enlightened persons alone can easily conquer sorrow and the others cannot. Nobody can deny this statement. So what? Suppose somebody comes to you and asks you, "Sir, please tell me the way of conquering sorrow." What will be your advice to him? You simply tell him, "Get enlightenment so that you can very easily conquer sorrow." What will be the reaction of the questioner? Either he will run away from you or he will start abusing you. It is like going to a physician for your ordinary headache. The physician, instead of giving you a tablet, advises for the removal of your paining head and recommends to fix a painless head. Would you not jump running away from the hospital? You are under the impression that getting enlightenment is not an ordinary job. Such persons are very rare and maybe 1 in million. So, enlightenment cannot be considered as the only remedy for our sorrow. Everybody is thinking like that. But fortunately, this is not the fact. Getting enlightenment is very easy. It is not reserved for saints and great masters. Even an ordinary layman can get enlightenment very easily. You and I can get enlightenment very easily. Then, why is enlightenment considered as difficult? Why is it considered extraordinary? It is considered so only because of our meditation. Enlightenment is a rare one to those who approach it through meditation. Then, does meditation prevent the way for enlightenment? There are so many yogis doing meditation. Are they wrong? Are those meditation blocking the way to enlightenment? Yes, certainly they are wrong. They all prevent enlightenment. They delay the occurrence of enlightenment. They all mislead us from the way to enlightenment. Actually, there is no causal relationship between enlightenment and meditation. We do not know what enlightenment is. We do not know the nature and structure of enlightenment. That is why we are connecting it with meditation. But really, both are different in nature. Enlightenment is something totally different from meditation. They, each one, are in the opposite poles. One is on the south pole and the other is on the north. So, first of all, let us know what enlightenment is. Let us know what the nature of enlightenment is. If we want to know what enlightenment is and what the nature of enlightenment is, we have to understand the ways of sorrow and suffering, because we cannot separate the two. The problem of human sorrow gets solved only at the time of enlightenment. In the same way, enlightenment is recognized and understood only when the problem of sorrow is solved. So, understanding the nature of sorrow and solving it and getting enlightenment are one and the same. If we know the ways of salvation of sorrow, it is nothing but knowing what enlightenment is. In the same way, if we know what enlightenment is, it is nothing but knowing the ways for the salvation of sorrow. So, we can travel and explore in any one of the two ways. Either we can examine the nature of sorrow and its salvation, or examine the ways to enlightenment. But considering both, the way to enlightenment is rather difficult, because there are differences in opinion regarding what enlightenment is. Each one explains enlightenment in one's own way. There are so many contradictions and confusions around enlightenment. So, instead of examining the ways to enlightenment, we can safely enter into the examination of sorrow, because our sorrows are very open and outward. Everybody knows and experiences sorrow and suffering. They meet it on their day-to-day life. No one can say, I don't know what sorrow is in my life, because sorrow is the experience of everybody. But enlightenment is not so. It is not our day-to-day experience. Sorrow is our actual experience, and it is not imaginary, but rather we have to imagine as to what enlightenment is. Because most of those who describe enlightenment refer to it only as an imaginary thing. So, if we base our examination on enlightenment, it may lead us to an imaginary world. But instead, let us travel in the actual world by exploring the nature and salvation of sorrow in our day-to-day life, so that we may also actually know what enlightenment is. Chapter 4. Why do we have mental worry? How does meditation prevent enlightenment? We have raised this question, but are we not going somewhere else now? It may look like that, but there is no other go. We have to approach it on this way alone. Then only can we have the clear view in the field of common intellectual discussion. Now, let us know what sorrow is. We need not require any extraordinary intelligence for our examination. Our ordinary intellect is sufficient. Both you and I can participate in this ordinary way of examination and understanding. We all know what sorrow is. Sorrow, the mental worry, is a painful experience. It is an experience of pain. Every one of us have felt it. It is our day-to-day experience. One may have the feeling of sorrow due to various reasons, but the resulting experience, the sorrow, is same. One may have lost his property or his job. It may be the cause for his sorrow, the mental pain. Someone might be insulted by others. It may create him sorrow. The cause may be many, but the result is one. Whatever may be the cause, but what we experience is the same. It is sorrow. Now, what is the work out of sorrow? What is the process or movement that is involved in sorrow? How does it function within our mind? Let us take an example. We have a precious thing. We like it most and we are attached to it very much. One day, without our least expectation, the thing which we like most was damaged and destroyed completely. We cannot get it back. Since it is something very rare, we cannot get a similar one, the loss of which causes us great sorrow and great mental agony. We cannot get it back. Physically, it is over, but psychologically, the sorrow caused by its loss continues. Why should the loss of our possession cause the feeling of sorrow in our mind? In case if we touch the fire by our hand, it will burn our hand. We will get the burning sensation. It is very open and evident that one can easily understand. But why does the loss of property cause sorrow, the mental pain? Suppose so many motor cars have been parked along the roadside of a street. Only one of those motor cars catches fire and begins to burn. We can witness the burning with an amusement if it is the car of somebody else. But if we were the owner of the burning car, we would feel that we ourselves are burning. We will not see that the car alone catches fire. We will feel that our body itself catches fire. Why so? Whenever we have attachment to any object, we ourselves become the object itself. Outwardly and physically, the car is burning, but inwardly and psychologically, we ourselves are burning. You might have heard the following joke. Two friends, Mr. X and Mr. Y. Mr. X asked Mr. Y, "Did you see the goat dragging the man?" In front of them, a man was dragging his goat by tying a rope around its neck. Mr. Y replied Mr. X, "Are you blind? The man only is dragging the goat." Mr. X said, "Please wait and see." The man tied the goat on a post and ordered for tea in a tea shop. Mr. X untied the rope and the goat began to run. Taking notice of the goat running, the man started chasing behind the goat. Mr. X asked Mr. Y, "Now tell me, who is dragging whom?" Actually, we do not possess our possessions. Our possessions only possess us. When our car catches fire, we feel our body itself catches fire, because the thing to which we are attached becomes a part of ourselves. So, whatever happens to the thing we are attached to, we consider the same happens to ourselves. Right, let it be. But why does it create pain in ourselves? The damage caused against our thing, the car, is the damage caused against our willingness. Whenever our willingness, our desires are affected, we feel a mental crisis and an inward compression to set things right. It is really a force developed inwardly to set things right. This inward compression gives us pain. We name it as mental pain or sorrow. So far, what has happened? The thing which we love most was destroyed, which caused in our mind mental agony. What do we do next? We are not only unable to bear with the loss of the thing, but also we are unable to bear with the pain of sorrow, the pain of agony. The sorrow is painful. The agony is painful. We want to get rid of our painful sorrow too. Because our sorrow is very painful, we are unable to sleep in the night. We cannot take our regular food. Our blood pressure increases. We are afraid whether it would affect our heart or brain. The thing was destroyed. It is the original happening, but it was against our willingness. Our willingness contradicts with what has happened. The happening is against our will. Our contradiction with what has happened created sorrow and agony. Are we prepared to accept our agony? We again contradict with our agony itself. We are not ready to accept our agony. The agony is also happening against our willingness to accept it, against our desire. First, the car was destroyed against our will, against our desire. Now the sorrow is also happening against our will and desire. Our desire without our knowledge brings contradiction. Does every desire bring contraction? What is the nature of desire? What is the mechanism of desire? What is the work out of desire? If we know it, it is like understanding the tap root of each and every one of our problems. So, what is desire by itself? Let us know what desire is. Chapter 5. The root cause of sorrow. The desires are the cause for all our contradictions. We contradict anything which happens against our desire, our will. Our desires are the root cause of such contradiction. How does it form? Then, how does the desire function? What is the root cause of our desires? What is the nature and quality of desires? Let us examine. We do not desire each and everything. We desire anything which gives us pleasure or joy. Nobody will be interested in pain. There is always a sensation of pleasure as the base of every desire. If there is no pleasurable sensation, we will not desire any such thing. Pleasurable sensation alone creates desire. Rather, it demands desire. If there is no demand for pleasure, there would be no such thing in the name of desire. Without the demand for pleasure, there would be no desire. When there is no desire, there would be no contradiction. And when there is no contradiction, there would be no sorrow or suffering. There would be no problem. So, the demand for pleasure is the cause of all our problems, all our sorrow. When there is no demand for pleasure, there would be no desire. When there is no desire, there would be no problem. The state which is free from the demand for pleasure is the state of salvation of the problem of sorrow and suffering. If we were in the state which is free from the demand for pleasure, there would be no problem of sorrow and suffering. To get ourselves free from sorrow and suffering, we have to get ourselves free from the demand for pleasure. So what is important now is to attain the state which is free from the demand for pleasure. What shall we do to attain that state? Now, what are we doing? Are we not interested in achieving the state where there is no demand for pleasure? What does it mean? It is good if we were in the state where there is no demand for pleasure. I am really interested in that state. There would be no problem in that state. I like that state. I like that sorrow-free state. I like this demand-free state. So, I would like to attain that real state where there would be no demand for pleasure. But is not our approach itself a modified continuity of the demand for pleasure? We want the demand-free state since we think it would give us a pleasurable sensation. So, whatever it is that we like to achieve is itself a demand for pleasure. Whatever may be the way, if we are desirous of attaining anything, certainly it is a demand for pleasure. We may try to attain a desireless state, but the very urge to attain the desireless state is itself a desire. So, unconsciously, we enter into the demand for pleasure. Now, where are we standing? What is happening to us? What is our actual stand? We have desired to attain enlightenment. We have desired to conquer our mental agony. But even though these things are regarded high, they are all nothing but the demand for pleasure. But wherever there is the demand for pleasure, certainly there would be conflict and problem. It is inevitable. We cannot blame anything because it is natural. Then, what is the use of effort? What is the use of striving for our betterment? Then, is there anything in our effort of attaining such a noble state? Our very effort itself, our striving for nobility itself, gives life to agony, our problems. We are creating misery in the name of searching for a pleasurable state, in the name of attaining enlightenment. Our very search for joy and pleasure creates confusion and misery. Then, where is the way for our salvation? How can our sorrow and suffering come to an end? But if we do anything towards such end, it turns against itself. It is like taking a medicine to cure our disease, and the medicine, instead of curing the disease, increases the disease itself. Then, what shall we do? Is there any other way? Actually, this is the crux of our problem. Each and every one of us is caught and held up in this junction. Where is our way? How do we meet the situation? How do we have to solve this problem? Most of the renowned enlightened persons also had met the same crisis. They all had met the same problem. It would be helpful to us if we know how they had approached the problem. We all know about the great enlightened master Gautam Buddha. When he was young, he saw a man with disease, a man of old age, and a human dead body. They appeared very crude to him. He had been brought up in a palace with all the luxuries of life since he happened to be the prince of a country. He was unable to bear with the miseries of mankind. He determined to find out the total remedy for the sorrows and sufferings of mankind. He saw everybody living amidst sorrow and suffering. Is there any remedy so that the entire mankind would be free from sorrow and suffering? This was the only question ringing in his mind day and night. He started his journey for finding out the truth of sorrow and suffering and the remedy for the same. He had a wife and a child. He left his family and the palace in search of this noble truth. He became an ascetic. He went into forest to do meditation. He did various meditations. He observed so many austerities. He underwent so many penances. He had come down from the heritage of a royal kingdom noted for heroism. Buddha also proved to be one among them. Heroism was in his blood. What is the answer and remedy for the human sorrow? This was the only question ringing in his ears. As a result of his meditation, he got so many spiritual experiences. Certain meditational practices gave him great ecstasy. But the question for which he was doing all the meditation, penances, and so on was not answered. He did not practice meditation and undergo penances for his amusement. He was very serious. He was very serious to get the real answer for his question. He did not get the answer. So, with more seriousness, he increased the duration of his meditational practices and penances. It resulted only in ill health, but still he had not got the expected answer. He lost the strength both in his body and mind. It is said that at this stage he was not even able to walk, since his physical health deteriorated very badly. He could not move further. Due to his repeated failures, he got vexed very much psychologically. He had tried all his best in each and every aspect as a spiritual aspirant. He felt himself failed miserably. He could not do anything more. In such a most desperate condition, he sat under a tree. There was no more effort left with him to do. He had to sit silently, giving up all his efforts. But all of a sudden, it happened to him. He himself got the thing for which he had dedicated his total life. He attained enlightenment. He got all his doubts cleared. He himself got the great remedy which could heal the total sorrow of mankind. But he could not believe in himself. He had done nothing, yet he got it. He was very much surprised how it happened to him, because he had not done anything for its happening. Rather, he sat idle, abandoning all his efforts in utter desperation. What had happened to him? What sort of remedy he got? What is the nature of his attainment? What is the enlightenment he got? Chapter 6. The Enlightenment of Buddha. Buddha got enlightenment under the tree. The tree itself was later known as Bodhi tree, the tree of enlightenment. Buddha, on his enlightenment, found out that desire is the root cause of misery. He found out this as the greatest truth. All these things are taught even in our elementary school books. But what we have read is very superficial. This is not what Buddha had found out. We have already seen that the demand for pleasure is the root cause of all our sorrows and sufferings. But Buddha denotes it as desire. He said, desire is the root cause of sorrow. There is no difference between the two. Let us take the words of Buddha as absolute truth. He says, desire is the cause of our sorrow. If there is no desire, there would be no sorrow. If we take his advice, what shall we do? We analyze the truth in his words. Where there is desire, there is also sorrow and suffering. If anything goes wrong against our desire, we feel a mental distress. We can very easily verify the truth of his statement. Yes, we have found out desire is the cause of sorrow. If we can be free from desire, we can be free from sorrow and suffering also. But how can it be? How can we be free from desire? If we want to be free from desire, is it not itself a desire? We desire to be free from desire. It is a self-deception. We cannot conquer desire through desire. All our efforts are in the form of desires. If we want to attain the desire-free state, it is nothing but another layer of desire. The outer orbit may be changed, but inwardly it is the same. Is it not true that Buddha preached desire is the cause of sorrow? But it is not what Buddha had found out. It is quite different. What is it that he had found out? Buddha had gone to the forest in search of finding the way to conquer sorrow. He had done so many meditational practices and penances. Despite his serious practice of meditation, he could not find out what he had searched. He could not endure his failure. He felt that he had failed miserably. As he had failed in all his efforts, he could not take any more effort. He did not know what to do next. At this state of utter failure, and when he was unable to do anything, it had happened to him. The thing that he searched for had happened to him. He attained the thing which he could not have attained even though he had torn his body to pieces in the name of effort. He wondered how it had happened to him without doing anything. What had happened to him? He silently observed what had happened within himself. He examined the inner movements of his mind. To his surprise, he found a different kind of movement that was going on in the functioning of his mind. Different type of functioning? What is that? Let us have an example. When we are driving a vehicle in a breakneck speed, suppose we apply the brake suddenly. What happens? The vehicle, in heavy force, will just turn itself to the opposite direction without our effort of turning the steering. The change of direction will occur only when the vehicle is in motion. If the movement is in a greater speed, the change of direction also would be with greater force. That is what happened in the case of Buddha. Thus, Buddha was also going fast with all meditational practices. He was doing the practices to get a remedy towards a solution. His efforts did not provide the expected result, so he did not know what to do further. He could not proceed. He came running so far and he stopped running without knowing where to go. He searched something and he stopped desperately. Then only he found out something within himself. His mind, which was in continuous search, grounded to a halt. The mind, which was striving day and night with great vigor, was worn out in dejection and despondency. When we give up searching, will our mind also become nothing? Even though his mind stopped searching, Buddha found out some other movement was going on within his mind. The mind which had stopped searching began to function in a different dimension. Buddha had found it out within himself. What he had noticed more was that there was no desire in the mind. There was no desire to have any pleasure, and there was no aversion towards pain or sorrow. This was how Buddha had found out the truth, the salvation for all sorrow and suffering. Thus, he had found out another kind of functioning of his own mind. He had not found out the idea that desire is the cause of misery. He had found out the desireless functioning of his mind. When the mind was functioning in that dimension, it was free from desire and fear. Yet it was functioning, but without desires and without motives. He had not disciplined the mind to function without desires. He had not demanded such a kind of functioning, because he had never imagined such a kind of mind. It happened by itself. It worked by itself. All his sorrow and suffering had rolled away and vanished without any effort on his part. No sorrow could find any place in the mind, like the alphabets written on the surface of water. How did this happen to Buddha? What kind of effort he had taken for this happening? But he had not brought it forth. He had not created it through his efforts. This was one that was already within himself. This was not created anew. It was not a special gift granted to Buddha alone. Really, it is available for all of us. Both you and I can get it within ourselves. This does not belong to Buddha alone. It is a common phenomenon available for all of us. This is already available with us. This is already in function within ourselves. Buddha had identified it. Buddha named it as Nibbana in his own language. Nibbana means nirvana, liberation. It is not somewhere else. It is always within us. We need not take any effort to attain this state, the nirvana, the liberation. What is this? What kind of state is this? Is there any previous reference about this in the spiritual scriptures? Let us discuss them also. Chapter 7, Manolaya, Integration of Mind. The Sanskrit spiritual literatures deal with two aspects of our mind. One is Manolaya and the other is Manonasa. Mano means something related to mind. Laya means integration, joining, union, mental focus or concentration. Nasa means destruction, closure, mindlessness. The integration of mind is Manolaya and the destroyal of mind is Manonasa. These are the two aspects of our mind dealt with in the scriptures. If we know what they actually mean, we may clearly understand what Buddha had found out. Thereby, we may also understand ourselves in a better way. Manolaya, integrate, combine into a whole. Manonasa. Let us first understand what Manolaya is. As we have already seen, Manolaya is the joining, fixing of mind. What do we mean by joining of mind? Suppose a professor is giving a lecture to the students. The students are listening. The students cannot understand the lecture if they are not attentive to it. They must pay attention to the lecture. What do we mean by attention? We integrate our mind with the lecture. If we are thinking of some other thing when the lecture is going on, we cannot understand the lecture. The joining, the integration of our mind with the thing we are observing is called Manolaya. Is that all what Manolaya is? Yes, this is all there is to Manolaya. But the boundaries of Manolaya are so vast. It may look very simple and ordinary, but at the same time, it is very vast and deep. What do we mean by that? Suppose we hear the news of our success in our examination or some other thing. Our mind at once expresses a feeling of joy or pleasure. Our mind joins with the joy. In the same way, when there is sorrow or suffering, our mind joins with the same. If our mind does not join with the pleasure, there would be no pleasure at all. If our mind does not join with the suffering, there would be no suffering at all. We cannot experience anything without the integration of our mind. Our experiences are nothing but the consequence of the integration of our mind. The way and quality of our integration decide the quality of our experience. All our experiences are Manolaya. Right from waking up in the morning, we are having so many experiences until we retire to bed at night. There are different kinds of experiences. The nature and quality of our experiences vary with each other. Whatever it may be, all sorts of experiences are Manolaya. This is not all. Our sleep is also one such Manolaya. When our mind integrates itself with the sleep, it is known as sleep. Thus, we experience everything in the form of Manolaya. If we experience anything, it is only through our Manolaya. Our Manolaya is itself our experience. Is this all? No, there is a lot more. Suppose we are studying a mathematical sum. We have to work out a complicated problem. What do? We apply our mind to the problem. In other words, we take the problem within our mind. We meditate the problem. We think over the problem. Suddenly, we get the correct answer within our mind. The answer emerges out from within our mind. Our thinking is Manolaya. Our meditation is Manolaya. We can get not only the answer to a mathematical problem through our thinking and meditation, but also something more. We can get so many benefits through our thinking and meditation. All our scientists have invented everything through this process of thinking and meditation. We cannot enumerate the benefits of our thinking and meditation. Some other persons are getting so many experiences and powers through meditation. The spiritual experiences are considered to be extraordinary. The special powers they get by way of meditation are called siddhis or occult powers. With these occult powers, one can read the mind of another without raising any question. One can heal the disease of other people. One can know the past and the future of everyone. We can derive all these through our meditation, through our manolaya. There are various types of prayers available in the spiritual field. The persons doing meditation and prayers get so many spiritual experiences. They get the vision of gods and goddesses. They get the experiences of samadhi, trance, and so many other things. All these things happen only through manolaya. There is no place in the earth or in the heaven which the manolaya cannot touch. We lead our day-to-day life itself only with the help of manolaya. We are doing everything only through manolaya. If we want to get anything, if we want to remove anything, we have to do it only through manolaya. If the manolaya occupies everything, then where is the place for manonasa? When each and everything is done by manolaya, what can we do through manonasa? Manolaya does not leave anything for manonasa. It seems there is no place for manonasa. Then, what else can we do with manonasa? But the spiritual scriptures and most of the saints are saying that manonasa is supreme. They consider manonasa to be greater than manolaya. Why should it be? Why do they consider it so high? Is there anything subtle in manonasa above what is in manolaya? We have already seen that manolaya is the only thing acting everywhere. We have already seen that manonasa means destroyal of mind, closure, mindlessness. In manonasa, there is no function of the mind, the complete destroyal of mind. It means the shutdown of mind. No mind. This is the verbal meaning of the word manonasa. In spirituality, such no mind state is known as samadhi, a state of trance. But unfortunately, the samadhi state itself comes under the category of manolaya. The shutdown state of mind, the destroyal of mind, all are of manolaya only. We can come to the state of no mind only through manolaya. Manolaya alone brings forth all these states. Manonasa is not a state where there is no mind, not a state where the mind becomes functionless. It is not an actionless state. Then, does it have any action on its own? We have already seen we are doing everything through manolaya. When everything is done by manolaya, what is the scope for the action of manonasa? Is there any peculiar action apart from the actions of the manolaya? Is there anything so? Whenever we are doing anything apart from our action, there is also a feeling of doership. There arises a feeling of doership, a feeling of I consciousness. Let us take the old example. I am listening to a lecture. When I integrate my mind with the lecture, I am able to follow the lecture. The listening is created by the manolaya. There is no listening without manolaya. Here, apart from the action of listening, the I consciousness, the listener, is also present silently. Even though he has not appeared apparently, the doer is always available. We ourselves can feel that the doership arises in each and every action. There would be a feeling of I am listening to the lecture. We may have the experience of pleasure or we may have the experience of sorrow. There would be the feeling that I am experiencing the experience. This is the feeling of I consciousness. This is the feeling of doership. The experience is the apparent aspect. The experiencer is the ostensible aspect. The experiencer is hiding himself under the experience. Even though the experiencer is present, he is not apparently conspicuous as the experience. There is always an experiencer in each and every experience. There is always the I consciousness. We have seen that our Manolaya is the cause of all our experiences. Here, apart from experience, there is this I consciousness, the experiencer. What is the cause of this experiencer? What is the cause of this I consciousness? Is it Manonasa that creates the experiencer? Is it Manonasa that produces the I consciousness? Our actions are composed of two components. The action is one thing and the doer is the other. In the same way, our experiences also are composed of two parts. One is experience and the other is the experiencer. Manolaya is responsible for one part. It is responsible for the action and the experience. Then, what is responsible for the other part? Is it Manonasa that is responsible for the other part? What is responsible for the I consciousness? Is it Manonasa that produces the I consciousness? No, not at all. Manonasa is not the cause. Everything is produced by our Manolaya only. It is Manolaya that produces both the experience and the experiencer. It is Manolaya that creates the action and the doer of the action. It is Manolaya that gives birth to I consciousness. If everything is Manolaya, then what is Manonasa? Now, let us examine what Manonasa is. Chapter 8, Manonasa, the no-mind state. Manonasa is considered to be the supreme state in the spiritual field. Buddha denotes it as the state of nirvana. After Buddha, his followers consider this as Buddhahood, the state of Buddha. But is it a mysterious state? Manonasa is not a mysterious state. Even though it is described as mysterious, actually it is not so. But when anybody tries to describe it, inevitably it creates an impression that Manonasa is a mysterious one. When they describe it, they say, it cannot be attained through effort. One cannot be transferred to other person. It cannot be searched out. In other words, we cannot get it either through our effort or through our search. They are branding it as a puzzle. So, naturally, we also come to the conclusion that Manonasa is a mysterious one. But really, it is not mysterious. It is very apparent. It is very simple and evident. At the same time, the aforesaid statements are also true, not falsehood. We have seen Manolaya and Manonasa are the two aspects of our mind. We are dividing our mind into two only for the purpose of understanding our mind. But actually, there is only one mind. There are no two minds as Manolaya and Manonasa. We have divided it in the way of its functioning. It functions in the form of Manolaya and Manonasa. We have sufficiently dealt with what Manolaya is. Now, what is Manonasa? Mano means mind. Nasa means destroyal, closure, no mind. When one says it is a destroyed mind, naturally one would take it as a no mind state. But it is not a no mind state. Actually, the word ought to be Manolaya Nasa. It means a mind where there is no Manolaya. So, if we take it as Manolaya Nasa, it would be convenient for us to understand what Manolaya is. Actually, Manonasa refers to a mind which is free from Manolaya. We all know what water is. What is the structure, the shape, and the appearance of water? If we pour water in a vessel, the water will take the shape of the vessel. If we put it in a bottle, it will take the shape of the bottle. If we put it in a bucket, it will take the shape of the bucket. If we take the water away from the container, immediately it will lose the shape. It releases from the shape it has already taken. Suppose we freeze the water in a vessel. What will happen to it? What will happen to its shape? The water in the vessel will become ice and take the solid form of vessel. If we take it from the vessel, it will not lose the shape of the vessel. It will take time to regain its original state of water. It will lose the shape of the vessel only when it gets melted. In the same way, the natural state of our mind is like a liquid. Manolaya means the frozen state of mind. When our mind experiences anything, our mind takes the shape of the experience. Our mind experiences the experience as it takes the shape of the experience. If it does not take the shape of such experience, it cannot experience anything. When the experience is over, our mind becomes relieved from the experience. Then the shape of the mind disappears. The laya, the shape, disappears. This shapeless state of mind, this layaless state of mind, this liquid state of mind is the Manonasa state, the Manolaya Nasa state. This is the original state of our mind. This is the natural state of mind. This state is not attained through our effort. This is something natural. This is our own and personal state. If we attain anything, it would not be this one. It would be only Manolaya. But whatever we could attain, we have to lose it afterwards. But we cannot lose this natural state. It is always with us because it is our own state. This state of Manolaya alone forms temporarily to suit the situation. It comes and disappears afterwards. The state of Manolaya is an artificial state. It is only a created state made out of necessity. Our mind takes a shape to satisfy our demand. It takes a shape of our experience. After the necessity, the shape of the mind also disappears. The experience also disappears. The Manolaya also disappears. When we take water in a vessel, water takes the shape of the vessel. When the water is poured out of the vessel, it loses the shape of the vessel. In certain occasions, we become immersed in our sorrow or suffering. It is like water losing the liquid state and getting frozen. It takes time to return to the original liquid state. In this way, for the disappearance of Manolaya also, it takes time. Whenever there occurs a frozen state, naturally it would take some time to return to the original state. In this way, we may do certain practices of meditation so as to create Manolaya. The repeated practice produces a frozen quality to the Manolaya. Thereby, we can stabilize certain spiritual experiences with us. Anyhow, all these things are based on our efforts only. All these things are based on a frozen state. All these things are based on Manolaya. When we begin to lose our effort, the frozen state will also begin to melt. Our spiritual experience will also begin to fade away. But the natural and the healthy state is the state of Manonasa, the liquid state, the fluid state, the state which is free from Manolaya. Manonasa is always in the liquid state. It will take the shape of a vessel when it is put in the vessel, but it will not retain the shape. Even though it looks like bounded by the vessel, it is always free if it is in the liquid state. It is always in freedom to change its shape according to vessel to which it is transferred. But such change is not possible if it is in a frozen state. Manolaya is an experience. Manolaya may happen as the experience of joy, may happen as the experience of sorrow. The Manolaya may be expressed in the form of mental powers, occult powers, and so on. If it is in the form of experience, if it is in the form of such powers, it is Manolaya. When the grip of Manolaya is over, the liquid state would be Manonasa. The free flow state would be Manonasa. All the enlightened persons are living in this state of nirvana, Manonasa. They are dwelling in this state of Manonasa. It does not mean that they will not have Manolaya. It does not mean that their mind will not take any shape. It will take shape, but it will not be in a frozen state. It will take shape in the liquid form. It will not take shape in the solid form. Liquid state does not mean actionless state. Liquid state will act according to the circumstances and according to the necessity. In fact, the actionless state itself happens only because of Manolaya. When our mind becomes actionless, it becomes solid and motionless. It is only because of Manolaya. Even though there is action in Manonasa, it is always free from action. Then it is considered as an action-free state, as the liberated state. Chapter 9. The Enlightenment of J. Krishnamurti and Ramana Maharishi. Ask, you will be given. Knock, it will be open. Search, you will find it. All these are true. It is true only in the case of Manolaya. You can get anything through Manolaya. We get everything through this Manolaya. But concerning with Manonasa, it is quite different. If we ask, it will be denied. If we knock, it will be locked up. If we search, we will never find it. Asking and getting are only through Manolaya. Attaining anything through effort is only through Manolaya. Then, how shall we stabilize ourselves in the state of Manonasa? We have already seen the life history of Gautama Buddha. It has not happened only in the life of Buddha. The alchemy of change that happened in the life of most of the saints is similar. You might have heard about the great enlightened master J. Krishnamurti. The same alchemy had happened in his life. J. Krishnamurti, known as J.K., and his brother Nitya were adopted by the Theosophical Society. It is a society that deals only with the pure spiritual and philosophical aspects without giving any importance to religious faiths. Some persons in the society prophesied about JK and his brother Nitya. They predicted that JK would become a world teacher and his brother would be his associate guiding the spiritual world in the future. The society had adopted them both when they were young boys, so many special spiritual trainings were given to them. JK practiced different kinds of meditation and a variety of yogic practices. Some secret Kriya Yoga also was taught to him. JK sincerely practiced everything. He got so many spiritual experiences. He got so many occult powers. He got ESP, the extrasensory perception. He attained Samadhi state, the state of trance. Yet he could not get enlightenment. He tried to attain it through various forms of meditation. It is the natural tendency of everybody to practice meditation to get enlightenment. He tried and tried many ways, but enlightenment was evading. In that circumstance, his brother Nitya became seriously ill. He had to undergo treatment. JK attended to him. He took care of all the needs of his brother. Then there arose a situation when JK had to take up a voyage in a ship. But he was not interested in it as he did not want to leave his brother alone. Some members of the society, using divine powers, foretold that JK could take up the voyage and nothing untoward would happen to his brother Nitya. Believing the prediction, JK went on his voyage. But when the ship was in the middle of its way, he got a telegram saying, Nitya is in a serious condition. JK was unable to take decision whether to proceed or to return. Within a short while, the successive telegram that arrived carried the message of the demise of Nitya. Nitya passed away. JK could not accept the fact, but the death was real. He was totally shattered and broke down. He could not do anything. Mentally, he turned to be a live corpse. JK and his brother were brought up together in the Theosophical Society, being separated from their parents. Both of them were the inseparable companions to each other until the death of Nitya. Then JK felt that he had nothing to do in the world. He could not digest the loss of Nitya. He felt desperate. He was withering with mental agony. None of his spiritual experiences gave him any relief. He felt that the whole world had given him up. He felt even the divine powers had given him up. He had no efforts to make both inwardly and outwardly. He even stopped his search. He put himself in a room in all melancholy. He made himself aloof. At this desperate condition, everything stopped within himself. And without his least expectation, a new door opened within himself. The enlightenment that happened to Buddha happened to JK also. He felt the function of his mind taking a new dimension. Then he began to view all the problems of mankind from a different angle. The same thing had happened to Ramana Maharishi also. When he was a boy around the age of 14, he was at Madurai. One day, without any reason, he was engulfed by the fear of death. He felt death was approaching him. Normally, if any boy of his age were so afraid like him, what would one do? Such boy would try to get consolation from the elders or from his friends. In case interested in prayers, he would go to the temple. It will be the normal course of action to get out of fear. But on the contrary, he behaved differently. He submitted himself to death. He was prepared to face the death itself. He laid down on the floor and dramatized what would happen if he dies. He was a small boy. He had no philosophy about anything. He accepted the fear of death with an empty hand. He did not try to escape from the fear. He did not avoid the fear. He simply allowed the fear within himself without any protest. Here, without his least expectation, a new door opened within himself. He got enlightenment in his boyhood, but as a small boy, he did not know what had happened to him. He did not have any knowledge about scriptures, so he could not understand about the greatness of his enlightenment. In his own language, he understood that something peculiar had happened to him. He felt he was liberated. Then he went to Tiruvannamalai. Sitting and doing nothing made him to enter into the Samadhi state, a state of trance. People were surprised to see him in the Samadhi state, that too in boyhood. His Samadhi state made him popular. But when Ramana Maharishi, while referring to his Samadhi experience, he said, "The experience of Samadhi is not so great when compared with the experience which I had at Madurai. The thing I got at Madurai is still with me." But most of his disciples and his devotees are interested only in meditation and the state of Samadhi. When Ramana Maharishi preached, he used to say, "Ask yourself, who am I? Look within yourself and find out the source wherefrom the I consciousness emanates." If we practice it on the instruction, it would be helpful only for meditation and for Samadhi state. This approach cannot create liberation. It cannot give enlightenment. Even if Ramana Maharishi himself had asked the question, "Who am I?" within himself while at Madurai, he himself would not have got the enlightenment. Including myself, many are benefited by the teachings of Ramana Maharishi. They will create marvelous experiences and clarity upon various doubts. But his approach did not give enlightenment to anybody else. It cannot give. We are not trying to criticize anybody. Enlightenment can never be attained through any such practice. There is no way towards it. It happens when we avoid all our ways, all our efforts of attaining something. The spiritual scriptures are dealing with this aspect here and there without any conclusive statement. It was not clearly classified and codified in the scriptures. Chapter 10. Can devotion give enlightenment? There are many who have attained enlightenment, but very few have codified the nature and the workout of what enlightenment is. Out of them, Buddha is one. It is said that he had thousands of disciples. Since they had direct contact with Buddha, most of his disciples had got enlightenment, but all of them did not take the task of teaching and explaining enlightenment. In the course of time, the practices of Manolaya alone came to the forefront. So, the Manonasa, the state of nirvana, began to hide itself within them. As far as the Eastern world is concerned, most of the enlightened persons got their enlightenment only through their devotion to God. But mere devotion cannot give enlightenment. Surrender, the state of surrender, is considered to be the highest in devotion. The surrender alone can give enlightenment. Mere devotion gives Manolaya alone. It will not give Manonasa, the nirvana, the enlightenment. What is surrender? How does it give enlightenment? Surrender means giving all our responsibilities to God. When we do not have any responsibility as for anything, we take everything as done by God Himself. We accept everything as granted by God Himself. Here, there is no effort on our part. When there is no effort, we can understand how to function without effort. This is the very core of enlightenment. Here, we find out that our mind functions on its own without any pressure in the name of effort. It is very easy to attain enlightenment and liberation through surrender. In the olden days, most of the enlightened persons attained enlightenment only through such devotion and surrender to God. But they did not know the science behind their great attainment, because their approach was only through faith and nothing but faith. Since they did not know the signs of enlightenment, they could not explain the way to it. So they simply advised others to have devotion and faith. It is not wrong. One can get enlightenment very easily through devotion. But the only thing necessary is that it must ripen as surrender. Devotion is very simple and easy, but surrender is not so. Surrender happens to one among million. So it is considered to be very rare of all. But is it a rare one? The surrender and enlightenment through devotion is really very rare. It is nothing but the state of Mano Nasa. It is our natural state. It is here and now. It may be rare if it happens through devotion. We need not take a roundabout way to attain it. As we have already seen, it is not a state to be attained. It is always there. We need not attain it. How can we attain it when it is always with us? You might have heard a humorous story. A rich man went to a saint asking remedy for his sorrows and sufferings. The saint, sitting under a tree in a street, asked him to bring 1,000 pounds as his fee, Guru Dakshina. The rich man met the saint with the fee on the next day. The saint, after receiving the amount, asked the rich man to sit under the tree with closed eyes. The rich man sat with the closed eyes, and at once the saint ran away with the money. Even though the rich man sat with closed eyes, he found out that the saint was running with the money. He was shocked very much. How wrong am I to take him to be a saint who is really a cheat? Thinking so, he began to chase the saint. The rich man had a heavy body and the saint was very slim and young. So the saint had very easily escaped from the sight of the rich man. The rich man searched for the saint in 2 or 3 streets and afterwards returned to the original place, the tree where he met the saint in a desperate mood. But to his surprise, the saint was there under the same tree with a smile on his face. He returned the total amount to the rich man with all his blessings. The rich man was very happy to get back the lost money. The saint told him, "You came here with your sorrow. Even though you are having great wealth, you were not relieved from your sorrow. Now also you are having the same money with you, but now you are happy. Now there is no sorrow with you. I have just returned your own money. If money could be the reason for your happiness, you must be happy when you have the money with you early. The money is not the cause for your happiness. So, there is happiness within you always. You need not search for it somewhere else." This is the story. We are going to analyze certain things related to this story. The man was possessing great wealth. Even though he had the money with him, he was in sorrow. He approached the saint for his release from sorrow. When the saint ran away with the money, he was shocked and bewildered. He got back the money. He got relieved from the shock and the bewilderment. The release from the shock gives him pleasure. Here, money does not play an important role. but the shock and his relieving out of it. These are the two important factors. Money or some other thing may be the cause for such a kind of shock. One may get such a shock due to any one of such reasons. Then he gets relieved from the intense feeling of shock. Thereby, he feels a relief. The feeling of relief expresses itself as a feeling of pleasure. When we succeed in our struggle, we feel a feeling of relief and pleasure. When we are relieved from the tension of struggle, our mind becomes weightless. Our anxiety subsides. We feel there is no necessity for tension and anxiety. Dejection disappears. Our mind functions with a satisfaction and contentment. All these are related to Manolaya. It brings both sorrow and pleasure. When our mind is with the quality of sorrow, we name it as sorrow. When the mind rests in the quality of joy, we name it as joy. But concerning with Manonasa, it can be both. At the same time, it is beyond both. It is water that becomes ice, which again becomes water. Water is the natural state. Just like that, Manonasa is the natural state of our mind. The water poured in a vessel takes the shape of the vessel at once. When we take the water away from the vessel, it releases itself from the shape at once. The liberated mind, the Manonasa, is always water-like. Concerning with Manolaya, even though it comes from water, Manonasa, it becomes ice. So it takes time for its return to the original state. Chapter 11. How to keep oneself innocent. It is very easy for the enlightened persons to be in the Manonasa state. They always have the mind in the liquid state. They get Manolaya to deal with the situation. But it is like pouring water into a vessel. It never loses its liquidity. It is always prepared to change its shape. The change is not possible only when it comes to a frozen state. We have already seen that we cannot do anything without Manolaya. But if we give undue importance to Manolaya, it becomes hard and solid. Then it takes time to return to the original state. When we say Manonasa, we need not imagine it as a strange and peculiar state. We have already seen it as an ordinary state. We have seen it as our natural state. Natural state means it is nothing but the innocent state of a child. Each and every child is born only with this innocent state of mind. As long as there is no knowledge and thoughts, the child remains innocent. The gathering of knowledge and memory creates density in the mind of the child. The child begins to act according to its knowledge and memory. It begins to act towards an end. It begins to act with a demand. Now, the innocent mind of the child becomes contaminated. It becomes cunning and calculative. There is a beautiful story described in a scripture, Yoga Vasishtam by name. It is nothing but the story of our mind. It happened in the legendary period. Once there was a war between devils and angels. In support of the devils, the master of devils created a strange demon from the sacrificial fire. The devils set the demon against the angels. The angels could not fight against the demon, they could not succeed the demon. The reason told for their failure is somewhat strange, yet it is scientific. Even though it may be an imaginary story, the scientific approach made in the ancient time is really wonderful. In the story, it was said that the demon had no mind. Since it was a mindless one, no one could conquer it. So, nobody could destroy it. Then, how to destroy it? The angels got the advice of a god by name Narayana, responsible for the protection of the universe. He gave advice to the angels. You go to the demon for war and pretend fighting with the demon. You need not fight really. You pretend and then escape from the warfield. Do the same thing repeatedly for 3 or 4 times. This was the advice given by the god to the angels. Thereby, the angels followed the advice. They waged war against the demon. But without continuing the war, they escaped from the field as per the advice. They had done the same thing 3 or 4 times. What all happened got registered and recorded in the demon, and the registration had created memory and mind to the demon. Thus, the mindless demon got mind. As soon as the demon got the mind, it turned vulnerable and conquerable. Then the god advised the angels to attack the demon with full strength. Thereby, the angels simply destroyed the powerful demon. The same thing happens to a child also. The innocent state of our mind is being covered by our knowledge and memory. The gatherings of our knowledge, beliefs, conclusions, and ideas are the barriers to the function of our innocent mind. These barriers give solidity to the liquid state of our mind. All our intellectual approaches are nothing but bondages to our mind. When our mind commands and confirms that something is correct, our innocent mind also accepts it. Gradually, our innocent mind becomes thick and solid. It cannot keep the liquid state permanently. Now, how can our mind relieve itself and get back from its solidity? How shall we remove the solidity? How shall we remove the recordings of the mind? If it is possible, then we can very easily return to the original state of innocence. How is it possible? Is it possible for us to be free from the bindings? Definitely it is possible, because the original state of our mind itself is in the form of liquid. All the recordings of our mind are just like words written on the surface of water. It is not easy to remove the writings written on a rock, a solid thing. But it is very easy to remove the writings written upon water. Moreover, we need not remove it at all. It disappears by itself. All the writings upon water disappear without any effort on our part to remove them. In the same way, our recordings in our mind also dissolve without any effort on our part. But is it true? If it were true, why have they not been destroyed and dissolved so far? It has not happened by itself so far. Not only that, it has not been destroyed despite our effort to do so. Why so? Then, how can we regain our innocence? Now, let us approach it differently. We have found out that returning to the original innocent state is correct. How to do it? We have already seen that both the innocent state and the state of calculation are within our mind. Which part of our mind has found out the necessity for innocence? Which part of our mind demands the state of innocence? Is it asked by the innocent part of our mind, or is it asked by our intellect made by our memory? We can very easily find out that this question is raised only by our intellect, the intellect made by the recordings of our memory. Our innocence does not ask this question. Our intellect alone asks this question. The intellect portion of our mind alone creates all such problems. Then the same intellect demands for the remedy. Whenever it functions with a demand, the importance of the intellect alone is confirmed. The importance of the memory portion alone is confirmed. It is confirmed again and again. When it is so confirmed repeatedly, there is no chance of regaining innocence. Then, do we have to leave away the problem itself? If not, what else can we do for the remedy? Then, what is the solution? Where is our salvation? Chapter 12. Who am I? Can we enter into the realm of innocence with the help of intellect? When our intellect functions, the intellect gets itself strengthened. When the portion of intellect functions, the state of Manolaya is strengthened. Here, who is going to go beyond intellect and enter into the portion of innocence? Who is he who enters the realm of innocence? Who is he who is being in the realm of intellect? Who is that person? We can simply say it, I am. Who am I? Ramana Maharishi also was asking the same question. If we think Ramana, when we ask the question, then we will think only what Ramana has said in this respect. So, for the time being, let us forget Ramana Maharishi and ask the question afresh. Who am I? What will an average man think if he asks himself, who am I? Let us examine it like an average person. We consider ourselves to be a separate entity from the day when our memory started. We have an individual name. Each of us have father and mother. We are having our own family members and friends. We have been educated. We are doing a business or on a job. In this way, we can add so many things. All our experiences right from our birth until date have been continuing with us. Our experiences are our possessions. We are one as a total bundle of everything to which we are related. But there is also a peculiar thing that we have to notice. Even though we are related to many things, we feel we are also a separate entity. We feel ourselves to be an individual person apart from the things we are related to. We may have many experiences. We may have pleasurable experiences or have sorrowful experiences. We treat them as they happen to us. We feel us as an experiencer apart from those experiences. The persons to whom we are related may change, but we feel ourselves to be a changeless I consciousness. The experiences we experience may be of various types, but we feel the experiencer, I consciousness, is always one and the same. The persons related to me may change, but the I consciousness is changeless. My experiences may change, but I consciousness is always the same. I am always there as an individual entity apart from all those things. This is what we are all experiencing. Let us take our dream as an example for the discussion of this aspect. We are dreaming in our sleep. In the dream, we travel in an aeroplane to go abroad. After reaching the other country, we travel in a train. Afterwards, we travel in a car. Then we meet many persons there. At the end of our travel, we would have met so many persons. Who are they? Are they real? Have we met them actually? No, not at all. Everything is a dream. All the happenings, all the experiences, and all the persons met by us are all dream. All the persons and the happenings in a dream are nothing but dream. It is not a physical reality. In our dream, there are not only experiences but also the experiencer. There is also the I consciousness. In our physical world, everything happens around our I consciousness. There is no happening without the I consciousness. The same is the case in our dream also, where there is always the I consciousness. Nothing will happen in the dream without our I consciousness. Each and every happening in a dream encircles around the I consciousness. When we dream traveling in an aeroplane, we recognize ourselves as the traveler on board. When we dream traveling in a train, we recognize ourselves to be a train traveler. In the same way, we recognize ourselves to be the car traveler when we dream traveling in a car. When we experience anything in the dream, we recognize ourselves to be the experiencer of the experience as it happens in the dream. We identify ourselves in accordance with the experiences of the dream. We simply become the experiencer of the experience happened in the dream. We simply assume the role and character in accordance with the experience of the dream. We are there in the dream. The I consciousness is available in the dream. Throughout the dream, we will take a separate entity in accordance with the happenings of the dream. But nowhere we recognize ourselves to be the dreamer of the dream. After the completion of the dream alone, we can recognize ourselves to be the person who has dreamt. During the course of the dream, we prolong and remain to be the characters of the dream. Even in dreams, there are classification as the seer and the seen, the experiencer and the experienced, but both are made up of our thoughts of our dream. Dream is nothing but our thought. The thought that comes during our sleep is known as dream. The experiencer and the experienced both are made by the thought of our dream. As the two sides of a coin, experiencer and the experienced are related to each other. But which is the cause for the other? Whether experiencer is the cause for the experience or the experience is the cause for the experiencer. The experiencer is changing his role according to the experience he experiences. He is in the role of a traveler in a train while dreaming about traveling in train. He changes his role to be the traveler of an aircraft when the dream changes to be traveling in the aircraft. Thus, the experience decides the role of the experiencer, and not the experiencer creates the experiences according to his role. Experience is the cause for the experiencer, and experiencer is not the cause for the experience. Is it the condition happening in our dream alone? No, the same thing happens in our real life too. Even in our waking state, we are creating both the experiencer and the experience only through our thoughts. When there is no thought, there is neither experience nor the experiencer. As the thought in our dream is the cause of every happening of the dream, the thought is the cause of every happening in the physical world in the waking state. chapter 13, Can We Attain Innocence? Scriptures say that our original state is Atma, soul, spirit. It is said we are the pure being, but nobody knows oneself as Atma, the pure being. As we do not recognize ourselves to be the dreamer during the course of our dream, we do not recognize ourselves to be the Atma, the pure being during the course of our waking state. We take ourselves to be the experiencer of the experiences. We know experiences. We know the experiencer. We do not know more than that. Nothing else would come within the field of our knowing state. It is how the dreamer cannot come into the field of dream. In the same way, the Atma, the pure being, cannot come into the field of waking state. The dreamer is the cause for the experiences in a dream. The dreamer himself takes the role of the experiencer. The same thing happens in the waking state. Here, Atma may be the cause for the experiencer in the waking state, but Atma will never enter into the waking state as Atmic consciousness. In the same way, the dreamer will also never enter into a dream as the dreamer. The Atma may be the cause for everything. The dreamer may be the cause for everything, but they are not of any use to our further progress. So, for the time being, let us put aside both Atma and the dreamer and understand what is actually available with us. Because we cannot accuse both Atma or the dreamer directly for any one of our problems. So, it is safe to simplify our language. We can discuss everything in the field of mind. Our mind itself is responsible for both the problem and the relief. Our mind itself is the cause of our problem. Our mind itself is the cause of our release from our problem. Light is necessary where there is darkness. So we have to bring light only to the mind which has created the problem. Now, let us return to our original question. Manolaya is the cause for our joy and sorrow. How can we go beyond Manolaya and enter into Manonasa? What shall we do for that? We are traveling with these questions. Then we have asked, who is the person who will go beyond intellect and enter into the state of innocence? In other words, who will go beyond Manolaya and enter into Manonasa? We have raised the question. Now, let us continue. Our I consciousness is nothing but the entity created by our experiences. It is created temporarily by our thoughts. All our thoughts are temporary. They come and go regularly. Our thoughts form and come as the smoke comes from an incense stick. The smoke comes anew every time from the stick and disappears. It comes repeatedly in clusters. Just like that, our thought also emerges one by one. As our thought comes and goes temporarily, our I consciousness also comes and goes temporarily. There is no permanent experiencer. There is no permanent I consciousness. He is made up of only by our experience. Our experience creates this experiencer, this I consciousness. When our experience changes, the experiencer also changes. The I consciousness also changes. When a new experience happens, new experiencer also forms. New I consciousness also forms. All our experiences are created by Manolaya. Our experiences or the expression of our Manolaya. There is no experience without Manolaya. In the same way, the Manolaya creates the experiencer. The I consciousness appeared only through Manolaya. I is the expression of Manolaya. So, the statement that I am going to enter Manonasa, getting relieved from Manolaya, is a false statement. It is an impossible one. Manolaya cannot enter into Manonasa. Self cannot enter into selfless state. You might have heard this story. Once there was a dispute between the sun and the darkness. The darkness affected by the sun complained to God, I am troubled very much by the sun. I cannot stay anywhere. He has been chasing me wherever I go. He tortures me to the worst. Please warn and control the sun not to chase me. This is the complaint made by the darkness to God. God summoned the sun. Sun appeared. God asked the sun, why do you give trouble to the darkness by chasing it continuously? The sun was surprised very much. Who is it, the darkness? I have never seen such a thing throughout my life. Without knowing and seeing it, how can I give trouble to it by chasing? Please ask the darkness to come before me so that I can see it. But the darkness did not turn up so far in front of the sun. How can the darkness face the light? Similarly, how can Manolaya enter into Manonasa? Just like that, the I consciousness cannot enter into Manonasa. It is not possible for the fusion of light and darkness. Then, who is going to enter Manonasa? What is the place where Manonasa occurs? Is there any peculiar place where Manonasa occurs? Our question seems to be just, reasonable, intelligent, and worth asking. But there is no truth in this question. We cannot ask any question as and when we have the chance of asking question. We know what is meant by time. Time is classified as present, past, and future. Present means the time which actually prevails. Past means the time which had prevailed already. Future means a time which will prevail in the future. How can one go to the past? If anybody asks like this, what would be our answer? Past is something which prevailed already. We cannot go once again to the past. It is already over. What we can do is that we can think over the happenings of the past. In the same way, if anybody asks, how can one go to the future? What would be our answer? Future is only an imaginary state which is to prevail. So we cannot directly go to the future. What else we can do is that we can expect it with all our imagination about it. In the same way, if one asks, how can one go to the present? What would be our answer? Wherever we are, it is the present state itself. Then, how shall we go to the present state? Where is to start and where is to reach? Everything happening is the present. Here, there is no going and there is no reaching. Wherever we are is the present. The question itself is wrong if we ask, how shall we go to the present state? In the same way, Manonasa is not a state to be attained. Manonasa is our natural state. We are already in the Manonasa state. We need not get it afresh as we are already into it. But is it actual? Do we have the Manonasa state always? Do we have the innocent state always? Then what is the portion which is having problem? Which one is the part that requires salvation? Who is the person to whom salvation is required? Chapter 14. The Life of an Experience. What is the place, the ground where we are having all our problems? Is it Manolaya or is it Manonasa? Where we are having our problems? Manolaya alone brings both pleasure and sorrow. When Manolaya is in action, there may be either the experience of pleasure or the experience of sorrow. So, Manolaya brings all our problems. We have already seen in detail what Manolaya is. When our mind joins and rests in our experiences, we say it is Manolaya. But when such fusion takes time for its disappearance, there happens a frozen state. Manonasa is the state which functions in a liquid state without any attachment over the fusion, the Manolaya state. Pleasure and pain happen in the Manolaya state. We fight against our pain when we want to be free from pain. If we want to extend our pleasure, we fight for its extension. As our experiences of pleasure and pain come by way of Manolaya, Manolaya itself is the cause for our struggles. The same Manolaya which creates our struggle itself takes step to solve the same. But all the efforts of Manolaya confirm the Manolaya itself. Then what is the salvation for our problem? The very demand for salvation gives strength to our problem. Ramayana is one of two great epics of India. In the Ramayana, there is a character by name Vali. He had a special blessing. By virtue of it, whoever fights against him, half of that enemy's strength will go to Vali. So, the strength of Vali with the half portion of his enemy's strength makes Vali more powerful than his enemy. So, no one can directly win a war with Vali. In the same way, all our efforts to conquer Manolaya give additional strength to Manolaya itself. Then, how shall we solve our problems so created by Manolaya? We have already met the same question earlier. We have already seen that the demand for pleasure is the root cause of all our problems. The demand for pleasure creates contradictions and struggles. If we do not have the demand for pleasure, there would be no contradiction, there would be no struggle. So, it is good and correct to function in a state where there is no demand for pleasure. Now, I want the state where there is no demand for pleasure. But the very demand for such a demandless state is itself the action of the demand for pleasure. Thus, our mind asks and demands something and involves itself into various problems. Now, is there any way out of it? What shall we do? Here, some renowned saints have given a solution. They said, Summa iru. In Tamil, Summa iru means do nothing. Be there without doing anything. When they say do nothing, we would ask, how is one to be in a state of doing nothing? Their answer would be, we should not do anything. We will again ask, what shall we do to go to the state where we should not do anything? It is our habit. We always do something to get something. We always follow the practice of doing something. Doing nothing, summa iru, is not at all an action. We need not execute it. It cannot be executed. If we execute it, it is not that. Then it would be something else. If we understand that we need not do anything, the very understanding results in doing nothing. We need not do anything is only an intellectual clarity. It is only an intellectual understanding. We understand our inability and thereby we find nothing to do. But without doing anything, is it possible for us to solve our problems? We know the musical instrument, the piano. It has many reeds that produce sound. If we press a reed, a sound comes as music. But how long will the sound last? The duration of the sound produced will only be for a fraction of a second. After that, there will be no sound. If we want to hear the sound once again, we have to press the reed once again. Suppose the sound comes out is not nice or we do not want the music. What shall we do? Can we drive away the sound from our room? The sound which comes out will automatically fade away within fraction of a second without us doing anything on our part. It will not give us the chance of driving it away. In the same way, we press some other reed and another sound is produced. We feel it is very nice. We like its continuance. Will we close the doors, making the sound not to leave the room? Can we extend the life of the music by closing the doors? It will also fade away within fraction of a second. If we want the music again, we have to press the reed once again. All our experiences are just like the music coming out of the musical instrument. The experiences happening to us may be either pleasurable or painful, but the span of life would be only a fraction of a second and nothing more than that. The experiences come automatically and will fade away also automatically. But without having the insight of its disappearance, we try to do something against our experiences. We begin to deal with it unconsciously. It is only because of our fighting against them our unwanted experiences are renewed again. In case we do not like the sound, we press the reed once again, thinking that such pressing will stop the music. But unfortunately, the music is renewed. Our unwanted feelings and experiences are renewed only because we have agitated against them. By doing something, we give life to them unconsciously. If we do understand that we need not do anything for its disappearance, we have to remain silent without doing anything. When we do nothing, all our experiences happened automatically will also fade away automatically. Here, what is our role? It is nothing but the understanding that there is nothing to do on our part. We understand our inability clearly. Here, our understanding alone takes the major role. Our clarity alone takes the vital role. What sort of understanding is this? What sort of clarity is this? Is it possible only for an intelligent person? Is it possible only for a select group of wise people? Chapter 15. The simplicity of enlightenment. Is it very rare to have this intellectual clarity? Is it very rare to have this enlightenment? For a very long time it was said like that. Always it was described as a rare one. But is it rare? Can we attain it only after long and arduous practices of yoga and other things? Is it very high, which an ordinary person cannot reach? Is enlightenment a rare one? No, enlightenment is not something rare. Even a common man can get this enlightenment. No doubt, the quality of this enlightenment is the greatest of the greatest. Yet, you and I can have it very easily. Mostly, the term and the aspect of enlightenment are not properly understood. There is no proper understanding of what it really means. If we have enlightenment in our ordinary language, what shall be our description about it? We will describe it as a higher grade of intelligence by which we can know everything, even the secrets of the past and the future. No doubt, there is also such a state of intelligence by which one can do all those things. But that is not enlightenment. It is only a developed capacity of intelligence created through our practices of Kriya Yoga and other things. It is only a special attainment. It is not the enlightenment which we are discussing. The enlightenment is nothing but the clarity by which we understand our inability. If we cannot do anything, we sincerely accept that we cannot do it. It is wrong if we consider the enlightenment to be a higher quality of intelligence. It is nothing but the sincere acceptance of our ignorance. It is very difficult and hard to know each and everything, but accepting our inability and our ignorance is very easy because it is the ground reality. We need not take any effort to attain it. It is always there as the open sky. So long we have believed that we can solve all our psychological problems by ourselves. We tried our level best to set right our psychological structure of our mind. We take various efforts to create psychological perfection. We find out it is impossible. We find it out only after our various efforts and their repeated failures. But when we accept our failure, when we accept our inability, we are left in a place where we do not know what to do. We find nothing to do. When we find nothing to do, the movements of our mind also come to a halt. Here, all the problems of our mind also come to an end. Our problems are solved without doing anything. We have to recognize it and accept it. This is not a hard task. An average person can do this, but there is only one condition that we have to understand. We must be open-hearted. We should not be adamant with our concepts and conclusions. If one is so adamant, he cannot come to this understanding. Even a schoolboy can have this understanding. Obstinacy alone makes us blind. If we are obstinate, we will know our reasoning alone. We will never pay heed to the words of others. We will not have the patience to think over and find out which one is correct. There is one Mr. Z joke. Mr. Z went to a showroom for the household articles. He was longing to purchase a refrigerator. He selected one to his taste and asked the manager of the shop about the price of the fridge. The manager looked at Mr. Z up and down. Then he simply said, "We are not selling fridges to Mr. Z." "Are you not exhibiting it for sale?" Mr. Z argued with the manager repeatedly. But the manager said the same thing again. Mr. Z had to return without buying it, but he was very much determined to purchase the fridge somehow or the other. Then he changed his appearance and in disguise went to the same showroom 2 days later. He asked for the same fridge. He was perfectly in disguise. Nobody could identify him. But the manager calmly told him, I have already told you, we will not sell this fridge to you. He asked the manager, Sir, how did you recognize me even while in disguise? The manager told him with a smile on his face, It would be none other than you who alone would identify a washing machine as a fridge. Here, Mr. Z never doubted his own finding. He had even appreciated the manager. The obstinacy in our ideas and conclusions alone is the barrier to finding the truth and getting the understanding. Otherwise, this understanding is very easy and simple. Normally, if we understood anything, we use the understanding to do something. So, our understanding comes useful for our work of doing or achieving something. We use the understanding as a technique and a tool for our work. But here, our understanding is nothing but the recognition of our inability of our efforts. So, abandoning of our effort is the only result of our understanding. If we consider the understanding as the one which induces our action and effort, it is not our understanding. Really, it is hard to get such understanding which could be used as a technique for our action. In that understanding, there is both intellectual understanding and actual understanding. Suppose I ask you to tell me the way to railway station. You tell me the way. I understand the way intellectually. Then I follow the way and reach the railway station. Now I have got the actual idea about the way to railway station. The first one is intellectual understanding. The second one is actual and practical understanding. The intellectual understanding afterwards turns into actual and practical understanding. For such conversion of intellectual understanding into practical understanding, our work and effort are required. In the same way, suppose one learns a breathing technique which makes one to float in the air. Before he actually does the practice, he learns the technique intellectually. Then he practices the technique step by step. He does it again and again. Afterwards, he understands the technique by practice. First, he understands it intellectually. Afterwards, he understands it practically. For the practical understanding, our effort and practice are the important requirements. Such effort and practice are not necessary for intellectual understanding, but practical understanding happens only after such effort and practice. So, it is very easy to have intellectual understanding, but practical understanding alone requires hard effort. So, practical understanding is the difficult one. Then there is no contradiction. If one would say intellectual understanding is very easy, we all accept it. There is no difference of opinion. Here, in our understanding about which we are discussing, there is only one understanding. It is the intellectual understanding. There is no practical understanding apart from intellectual understanding. There is no practical technique to follow. We need not know anything as to how to do, how to execute the intellectual understanding. We understand that we need not do anything. This is the real understanding. This is the real clarity. This clarity itself is enlightenment. We can have it very easily, like a schoolboy who reads and understands a novel. If we are not obstinate with our ideas, concepts, and conclusions, this understanding, this enlightenment is very easy and simple. Chapter 16. Our feeling is a music. We have seen, knowing our inability is understanding. When we have this understanding, then what will be our action? The I consciousness which tries to reach Mano-Nasa is itself the product of Manolaya. So we have seen, if we try anything through Manolaya, we cannot reach Mano-Nasa. Thus, we see our approach through effort is completely wrong. So, we understand that there is no scope for effort. It is sufficient if we understand to this extent. Since we understand the inability of our effort stops. Even though our mind stops making effort, the other functions of our mind will not stop, but it functions in a different dimension. The mind, which had the habit of functioning with effort, now begins to know how to act without effort. The mind, which was always in search, now begins to act without any search. This is not a rare state. This is an ordinary state. We can very easily recognize it. This is our natural state of our mind, the normal state of our mind. We had the news in the newspaper that the great leader Saddam Hussein took his death sentence without any agitation of mind. He accepted his death with a calm mind. If anybody put in the same position, his mind will function in the same way. The mind cannot but accept what is actually happening because it understands that nothing would happen by its protest. But if the person who is facing death sentence has a chance to escape, then mental agitation will become inevitable. Then he will lose his mental equilibrium. But when our mind is free from effort, it functions with the ability and simplicity to accept anything which it happens to face. We always have some experiences with us. It continues till we are asleep. By the term experience, we mean only our psychological experience, our mental experience. Our psychological experiences are independent in nature for each and everybody. Each one of us have a separate and individual quality of mind. It is our quality, it is our nature. Our mind accumulates itself with experiences from the day of our birth. We have inherited so many things from our parents through genetic factor. The way we were brought up, our habits, our efforts, our desires, our fears, our motives, our ideas, our conclusions, and all our experiences totally create the nature and quality of our mind. This is our individual nature. Our individual nature is responsible for all our psychological experiences. We are having our experiences only according to our individual nature. Our individual nature is our psychic structure. Suppose we see a peacock dancing when we are sitting in a park. If I were an artist, I would long to convert it into a picture. If I were a poet, I would have an idea of composing a poetry about it. Some may have the idea of playing with it, and some other may want to take a photograph with it. The happening is one, the event is one. It is the appearance of a peacock and its dance, but our response to it is different according to our temperament. We have our experience only according to our individual nature. In a musical instrument, there may be numerous reeds of music. Each reed produces separate note of music. In the same way, we have got so many aspects in our mind. Those aspects produce various types of feelings. Such feelings will come out to deal with the situations in which we are placed. We may have some aspect in our mind and it produces the feeling of love and affection. In the same way, we may have some other aspects also in our mind. They create the feelings like hatred, anger, desire, happiness, calmness, fear, sorrow, and so on. They will come out according to the nature of the situation. We think that the feelings of love, calmness, and joy are good. In the same way, we consider the feelings of hatred, anger, fear, and sorrow as something to be avoided. In a musical instrument, there would be so many reeds for various notes of music. If we remove certain reeds, the music of which we do not like, then it would not be a musical instrument at all. In the same way, there is no such classification as good or bad in our feelings. We cannot condemn one and praise the other. There cannot be any classification as something is divine and the other is devilish. All our feelings are nothing but average human feelings. Certain feelings happen excessively, certain feelings take more time for its disappearance, so we struggle against our feelings at times. But as we have seen, whatever may be the feeling, the life of the feeling would be a fraction of a second alone. If we fight against such feelings, we give more life and strength to the feelings themselves. We renew it by our struggle against it. Our struggle is always with an intention to attain something or the other. When there is sorrow, we struggle to get sorrow-free state. When there is fear, we struggle to get a fearless state. When there is pleasure, we are interested to have a sustaining pleasure state. If we struggle to achieve a definite thing, it really means that we are inviting Manolaya unconsciously. It may seem we may appear to get relief through Manolaya, but we have found out that attaining Manolaya is not the real solution. When we find that attaining Manolaya is not a solution, and when we allow all the activities of our mind to come on its own and act on its own, the Mano-Nasa state completely occupies us. Chapter 17. The Rare Experiences. Is there anything to attain? If this question is asked to ourselves, what would be our answer? Is there really anything to attain? The road in front of our house may be in a damaged condition. If we do not mend it, it would not be a good road. If we leave it as it is, it would become worse. We all live with our family members. We have a responsibility to earn for our family. We have to work in a way accepted by the society. It is our duty to do our work. If we do not work, it is nothing but the negligence of our duty. In the same way, there may be certain unwanted aspects and qualities in our character also. Somebody may be with the character that they are always afraid of something or the other. Somebody may get angry very easily. Another one may be with the character of always being in a sorrowful state. But they are their own nature. They might have inherited them from their parents or during the course of their life by way of their brought up or by way of their experiences in their various situations. As we have to set right our social atmosphere, we have to set right our psychological structure also. As we have to set right our outer life and the outer world, we have to set right our inner life and the inner world also. Both require change, but the inward change is different. We cannot change it as we can make it in the outer world. Everything can be made through our effort. We cannot have the same approach to the inner world. If we try to set right the inner functioning of our mind, the condition would become much worse and complicated. Our psychological problem will get life again and again. But if we understand that we have nothing to do with our psychological problem, it would be the real understanding. Such understanding is the real enlightenment. The idea of attaining psychological perfection is the only cause for all our problems. We have gone through the life histories of many saints. We heard that the saints were mostly in samadhi, in a state of trance, and that their action would be always as the embodiment and the expression of love. They were depicted as they were living in a state of psychological perfection. Thereby, the readers are put in a delusion that the saints alone are living in a noble state and all others are in a pitiable state. Then, is their life account a false one? Is their state really not a noble one? The states so described are really good states. There is no doubt about it. But all those states are nothing but the expression of Manolaya. Manolaya is responsible for the noble and ignoble experiences. When we consider Manolaya in total, there can be no classification as higher Manolaya and lower Manolaya. In short, whatever may be our experience, either it may be noble or ignoble, both must flow away. There must be the liquid state, there must be the Manonasa state. A lady came to see me. She is a lady with so many spiritual experiences. Both she and her husband are very interested in spiritualism. Due to the intensity of her spiritual experiences, she was unable to do her household duties. Even though she tried to do the daily work on the inducement given by the other people, she could not fix her mind to the work. It was very difficult for her even to look after her own body. Sometimes she did not even take bath for months. But when some of her family members criticized her and accused her, she could not bear it, and sometimes she wept for that. On seeing her weeping, her family members would tell her, "How can one be a jnani, the enlightened one, if she is weeping? She pretends to be an enlightened one." The lady doubted her own state. She doubted whether it is a higher state or not in the spiritual field. Is it a correct state? Is it a respectable state? Is it a state related to spiritualism? Then, why did it happen to her to weep as an ordinary person? The lady wanted to know about the nature of her experience. She contacted me over phone. The experiences that happened to her are not ordinary. They are very rare, happening to someone out of many thousands. There is a chance of happening of such kind of rare experiences in the spiritual world. It is said that the famous Saint Ramakrishna Paramahamsar also was having such kind of experiences. He got married to Sarada Devi. During the first night, Ramakrishna Paramahamsar grasped the hands of Sarada Devi, but he did not have any carnal desire. He at once went into a samadhi, a state of trance. Is it possible? We may doubt it. I myself had the same doubt. But on learning the experiences of this lady, we have to take the experience of Ramakrishna a possible one. Ramakrishna never used to touch money. He used to condemn that the desire for women and money are only the main vices. If anybody gave money to Ramakrishna, he at once trembled fretfully. But his main disciple, Swami Vivekananda himself, doubted his master. If we touch electricity, it will give us a shock. But how can the money give him shock? It is nothing but his willful trembling. Vivekananda thought like that, and he decided to test his master. He put a coin of money under the bed of Ramakrishna without his knowledge. Ramakrishna laid down upon the bed as usual, but as soon as he laid down, he jumped away as if he was stung by a scorpion. Our Manolaya can have the capacity to produce various kinds of experiences. Thereby, we may put in a condition not to do our day-to-day activities. If the lady can weep when others criticize her, there is also a certain aspect in her psyche to get such reaction. What all available in our mind, in our psyche, that alone will come out in the form of experience. But there is no grading in the experiences as higher or lower. If we consider something is noble and other one is ignoble, we will inevitably create attachment to the noble and hatred towards the ignoble. Thereby, we invite struggle for stabilizing the noble and for removing the ignoble experiences. All our experiences are nothing but the quality of our Manolaya. If we allow all of them to come on its own way and go on its own way, then it is possible for the free flow of our Manolaya and the stabilization of the undisturbed Manonasa. Higher and lower gradations are only at the level of Manolaya. Concerning with Manonasa, everything comes to the liquid state. Chapter 18. The Movement of Experience. We have asked, is there anything to be attained? As far as the outer world is concerned, there are many things to be attained. So, efforts are needed for the outer world. But in our inner world, our efforts alone create problem. If we have anything to attain psychologically, then effort is inevitable. In the same way, if we have any effort with us, that means we are having something or the other to attain. If we have any struggle with us, that means we have something to attain. All our efforts are there only with an expectation of attaining a satisfactory condition of our mind. We all strive towards a psychological perfection. Actually, there is no such state. We are expecting a frozen state in the name of psychological perfection. Though there is no such state actually, at times we may have certain high quality of experiences by way of Manolaya. They deceive us that they are real. Then we try to make it perpetual. We deceive ourselves by thinking so. Now, as a supposition, let us take that such a higher state of spiritual experiences were permanently with us. Do we know what will happen to us? If we manage to retain the state permanently with us, it will destroy even our body itself. Because all our experiences are nothing but bodily experiences. We may name it as psychological experiences or higher state of spiritual experiences, but all of them are none other than bodily experiences. They all are the experiences happening in the brain and the nervous system of our body. Without the help of sensory of our body, we cannot experience any such experience. There are a few who can separate their astral body and come out of the physical body. At this stage, we can feel that we ourselves are nothing but the astral body alone. When we are in our astral body, we can see and hear the world through our astral sensitivity. We can even see our physical body as laid down upon the bed, but we do not have any other experiences. We can have other kinds of experiences only after the entry of our astral body into the physical body. We can experience the so-called spiritual experiences also only after the entry into the physical body. The chemical changes happening in our bodily cells, brain cells, and in the nervous system are the real substance, the substratum of our experiences. Then only they have the quality of sensation. All chemical changes affect the cells of our body in some way or the other. The excess of its happening affects the normal health of our body. The quality of our experience may be very high, but if it exceeds the limit, it affects the health of our body. So, it may either be of our mind or of our body. It must be in a condition where anything can come in freely and go away freely. When we catch hold of anything, or when anything stagnates in a frozen state, it affects the body, it affects the mind. The liquid state of experience is the right experience. Whatever may be the experience, it may come to us freely and it must go away from us freely. But unconsciously, we expect a permanency in our experience. We think and wish that we must be in a good state permanently. But it is an impossible one. It is against the nature. If it happens, it becomes dangerous. It becomes destructive. So we have to find out for ourselves that we have nothing to attain. We have to confirm ourselves that we have nothing either to attain or to retain. When there is nothing for us to attain psychologically, all our efforts become meaningless. All our struggle to remove our psychological experiences ground to a halt. Even though our mind stops the struggle, our mind will not stop its function. Our mind functions continuously, but there would be no struggle in the mind. The mind will not struggle for retaining or removing its experience. Then all our psychological experiences become the spontaneous experiences of our mind, motiveless experiences of our mind. When we do not take serious care of its existence or its disappearance, all our experiences become spontaneous in nature. Our experiences may be either pleasurable or painful. Our experiences may either be noble or ignoble, but everything happens on its own. We are responsible neither for its appearance nor for its disappearance. The circumstances are responsible. The nature and character of our mind are responsible. We ourselves, our self-will, have not activated the experiences. They appear on its own accord. Our mind acts spontaneously, then they dissolve and disappear by themselves. Not being removed by us, they go away on their own. The experience may be one which we like, or it may be one which we hate. It disappears by itself. Okay. All our experiences on its own accord come, last, then disappear. Here, what are we doing? What does the I consciousness do? What is the role that it takes? When an experience happens, the I consciousness is there as the experiencer of the experience. Whenever there is experience, there ought to be the experiencer. They are not separate. They are just like the two sides of a same coin. Experiencer is the part of experience. Whenever the experiencer tries to retain an experience or tries to perpetuate an experience, he gets himself strengthened to execute his effort. In the same way, if the experiencer tries to remove or control his experiences, he gets strengthened to the extent of his effort. The experiencer, the part of the experience itself, fights against experience. When one side of a coin fights with the other side of it, when will the fight end? Fighting again and again causes the I consciousness strengthened. The strengthening of I consciousness means the strengthening of the separate individuality. When there is no fight and struggle, the experiencer accepts the experience. Then the experiencer becomes part of the experience. In the equanimity of the experiencer and the experience, it is neither the experiencer nor the experience. It becomes total. When it becomes total, it begins to move. It begins to roll. So it must become total for its movement. It must be the total expression of the total energy for itself. It becomes the total movement of life itself. In this movement of life energy, all the dead things dissolve and fade away, and the creativity of newness begins to shine. Chapter 19, Chit Jada Kranti. In the Vedantic scriptures, a word Chit Jada Kranti is used. Chit plus Jadam equals Chit Jadam. Chit means sensitivity, feeling, and wisdom. Jadam means matter, inanimate things and other materials without any consciousness or life energy. Kranti means a knot. When Chit and Jadam join together and get a knot with the other, it is Chit Jada Kranti. It is jointly pronounced as Chit Jada Kranti. It means a knot made by tying up the intelligence of knowing and the knowledge acquired. It means a knot made by the life and matter, or made by the energy and matter. It is nothing but the formation of the experiencer. The mere I consciousness, the substratum of consciousness, is considered as the Atma or soul or the life energy. All our experiences are matter only, made up of only by our memory and knowledge. The life energy of I consciousness merges with the experience, and there appears the combination, the experiencer. In the combined state, the Atma, the I consciousness, is a part, and the matter, the experience, is another part. We have already seen the example of a person who dreams. During the course of our dream, we assume various characters in the dream. We become the traveler of a train when we dream that we are traveling in a train. We become the traveler in an aeroplane when we find ourselves traveling in the aeroplane in our dream. Thus, we assume the character of the experiencer when we experience something in our dream. But nowhere during the course of our dream we will see us to be the dreamer. Actually, the dreamer himself assumes all the characters of the dream. The dreamer considers himself to be the traveler in the train. The dreamer himself considers him to be the traveler in the aeroplane. He considers himself to be the experiencer of the experiences in his dream. He assumes many characters in the dream. Here, the dreamer is the Atma, the reality, the pure intelligence. All the characters we assumed in our dream are the combination or the knot formed by the Atma and experience, the knot of Chit and Jadam. What happens in the dream does not happen only in the dream. The same thing is happening in our daily life, in our waking state also. Our Atma, soul, is our real and pure I consciousness. All our experiences are in Jada state, the state of matter, the lifeless thing. They both join together and there appears the experiencer, the knot. The experiencer is the Chit Jada Kranti. We have a physical body, that we know. We can understand that we are having a mind also. No one needs to prove anybody that we are having a physical body. We all know openly and evidently that we have a physical body. The availability of our mind can be understood by way of our mental experiences. It is the mind that understands that it is the mind. But what is the Atma? What is the soul? What is the nature or the form of Atma? How is our Atma expressing itself? How shall we know our Atma? Concerning with the dreamer is the only thing which assumes all the characters of the dream. In our waking state, who is the base, the substratum of all the experiences? What is the base? What is the base? The Atma. What is this life energy of all the experiences? Where is it residing? How is our Atma functioning? The Vedantic scriptures describe Atma. Atma cannot be destroyed by water, not burnt by fire, not sensed by senses, not known by the mind. It has neither birth nor death. The scriptures describe like this. But is there anything within us with such characteristics? Is that functioning as the base? Where is that? How does it function? We need not invite imagination and fantasy in the name of Atma. We have to limit ourselves with what we know openly and evidently. That itself is enough for our understanding, our enlightenment. Our original and natural state is in the form of innocence. It has no individual characteristic of its own. It has no individual form of its own. It is always in the liquid state. The original liquid state of our mind is having the full energy of life. It is in the state of Manonasa. The natural state of mind itself is life. It is in the state of subtle form of functioning. It is in the state of simplicity. It is in the state of creation. It accepts anything by accommodating everything. It is in the innocent state of joining with anything. It is the state of Atma itself. The mind, which is in the state of Manonasa, takes the state of Manolaya and gets experiences. When a liquid is put in a vessel, the liquid takes the shape of the vessel. Even though it assumes a shape, it continues to be the liquid. It can take any shape while continuing in the original state. We can be in Manolaya while continuing in the Manonasa. We can be in Manonasa while functioning in Manolaya. If we do not hold the Manolaya and convert it into a frozen state, the Manolaya itself takes the liquid state. Then Manolaya itself functions in a liquid state. Even if our mind functions with intellect and knowledge, it can continue in its original state of innocence. It will not lose its innocence. As the word written on the surface of water, our Manolaya itself appears and disappears for our requirements. How long will it take for the disappearance of a word written on the surface of water? That much time alone it will take for the disappearance of Manolaya. We need not wipe it out. By our wiping, we rewrite anew. The state of Manonasa is the state of Atma. The Manolaya made by our knowledge and thoughts is alone in the state Jada, the lifeless matter, the material thing. The combination of Manonasa and Manolaya becomes both Chit and Jada, the life and the matter. The not tying up both is the experiencer, the I consciousness. as our thought forms and comes newly, one after another, the experiences that come out of them are also new every time. As our experience comes anew every time, the experiencer of the experience also comes anew every time. As the life of every new thought is only a fraction of a second, the life of the experience created by the thought is also the same. Just like that, the life of the experiencer created by our experience is also mere a fraction of a second. The experiencer is not a permanent entity. He is not a permanent I consciousness. He is a continuing I consciousness as the outcome of our experience, the outcome of Manolaya. The I consciousness functioning in Manonasa is the I consciousness without the quality of the experiencer. It is only a beingness, even without the consciousness as I am. It is our natural state. It is the real state of our mind. The I consciousness made by Manolaya is only a temporary I consciousness. It is an artificial one. The I consciousness gets importance and gets strength only when we try to remove the I consciousness or stabilize the I consciousness. There comes a frozen state of I consciousness because of our effort against it or in favor of it. If we do not give importance to the appearance or the disappearance of our I consciousness, then it takes the liquid state. It submits itself to change. When it comes to the liquid state, it is the knotless state of Chit Jada Kranti. Chapter 20. Adoption is our problem. The life of our experiences is merely a fraction of a second. We have already seen it. But we know some of our experiences exist for more duration. Our experience of sorrow lasts very long. Our experience of joy lasts very long. Why are they so? The experience that happened in our mind lasts only for a fraction of a second. But when we try to retain it or remove it, we think of it continuously. Thereby, our experiences get renewed. The experiences of our mind do not end themselves in the mind alone. They activate the nervous system of our body, and consequently, there happens a chemical change in our system. So, there is a change in the body also. The nature of our mind is in the liquid state, but our body is not so. It is not purely in the liquid state. It is in a semi-solid state, partially liquid and partially solid. The words written upon a solid thing will not disappear as fast as the words written on the liquid. The sensations that happened in our body will fade away definitely, but they will not disappear as fast as they disappear in our mind. The sensations of our body will take some time for their disappearance. But when our mental thoughts do not renew the sensations of the body will also fade away very soon. The liquid taken away from a vessel will lose the shape of the vessel immediately. If the thing taken away were one made up of clay and water instead of the liquid, it will also lose the shape of the vessel, but it will not be so quick as in the case of liquid. The psychological aspect is like liquid, but the bodily aspect is like the combination of both solid and liquid. If we do not put it again and again in the vessel, soon it will lose the shape of the vessel. When it takes a fraction of a second for the change in the mind level, it will take more time for the physical change. This is the difference between the two. We have seen all our thoughts come on their own, also disappear on their own. All our experiences come on their own and disappear on their own. We have also seen that controlling of them is also unnecessary. All right, but suppose I have a thought or inducement to do something wrong. Suppose I have a desire to steal some other's possession. The desire unconsciously arises in our mind. Will not our desire activate us to do the wrong? Good thoughts bring good actions. Just like that, bad thoughts bring bad deeds. It is good for oneself and others too to think good and do good. When we have bad thoughts and thereby do bad deeds, it is not good for ourselves or for others. We have seen that we need not struggle against our thoughts and feelings. If we do not fight against them, we have seen the thoughts and feelings come on its own and also disappear on its own. But before its disappearance, if it activates our bad deeds, what shall we do? Suppose we are sitting in the sit out of our house, facing the street in front of our house. Many persons are going here and there along the street. Most of them are not known to us, but somebody who is known to us also are going along there. We can see them going, but they cannot see us. If we call that person saying, "Hello sir, how are you?" at once he will stop and come inside our compound. If we have not asked him so, he would not enter inside our compound. Such is the case of our thoughts and feelings. The thoughts and feelings, according to the nature and characteristic of our mind, will come and also go spontaneously as the case of the passers-by. But when we ourselves invite the thoughts and feelings and adopt them as our own, then only it becomes action. Then only they create action. Among the passers-by, some of them known to us may enter into our compound even without our invitation. But in the case of thoughts and feelings, they would never create action unless we ourselves invite them and adopt them as our own. The thoughts and feelings may be good or bad, but unless we adopt and approve them as our own, they will not induce action. It is commonly said that we should not place any cotton near the fire. We all have seen in our house where we try to light fire in the metal or earthen lamp. The wick of the lamp would be made of cotton itself. It takes time to light fire in the wick, even though it is made of cotton. It will not catch fire on the very touch of fire. We have to allow the wick with the fire constantly for some more time for the catching of fire. Such is the case of our thoughts and feelings. They take time for the conversion into action. When we adopt them and approve them as our own, then only they trigger action. If we do not approve them and if we do not adopt them, the feelings that come automatically, the thoughts that come automatically will go away automatically. They will fade away automatically. The feelings may be bad and cruel. The thoughts may be bad and cruel. They will not bring bad or evil actions. They will not induce bad actions. The thoughts and actions occurring unconsciously without our willful participation will not cause any harm to anybody. When there is any willful participation on our part, then they are poisonous, they are dangerous. Whether thoughts or feelings, whatever emerge out of the natural characteristic of our mind may even be bad, but they are harmless. They will dissolve and disappear on their own. Chapter 21: Action and Counteraction. He is an ardent seeker in the spiritual field. Once he raised a doubt. We have studied so many spiritual literatures. We are doing so many spiritual practices in our daily life. Yet, if anybody misbehaved with me, it at once raises anger within me. My mind and heart are affected very much. I immediately lose the peace of mind. What shall I do to keep my mind always in peace? Is it a peculiar problem for him alone? Most of the persons are having the same complaint, even though they are good aspirants in the spiritual field. When such a spiritual aspirant himself is affected by the situation very easily, then what else can we say about ordinary human beings? We are very easily affected by the situations which we do not like. How do we have to face this problem? Suppose somebody gets mental tension in a situation which is adverse in nature. Is it abnormal? No, it is quite normal. He can be considered living if only he is affected by the situation. Otherwise, he can be considered dead. If we are dead, then only we will not have any such adverse feeling. Having such affected feeling alone is the proof that we are existing, living. If we do not have any such feeling at all, definitely it means that we have been psychologically affected in some way or the other. If we do not have any such feeling, really it is abnormal. It is not normal. So, if anybody misbehaved with us, the mental disturbance caused thereby is quite natural. There is no flaw in it. When somebody misbehaved with us, the mental disturbance caused thereby within our mind is our reaction. The reaction happens according to the nature and character of our mind. It is natural, it is inevitable, there is no defect in it. We need not feel guilty for such reaction. This reaction happens unconsciously. Actually, we do not like such reaction. What we really like is peace of mind, but it happens even against our will. It happens against our desire and expectation. So, it cannot but happen unconsciously. So, it cannot be a willful one. Such unconscious response is our reaction. Suppose somebody scolds us. He accuses us that we have committed a wrong to him. But really, we have not done any wrong to him. He scolds us as if we have done a wrong. Immediately, we get angry with him. This is our reaction. Actually, we are maintaining a concept that we should not be angry with anybody. We must always keep our mind in peace. But despite our ideology, we get angry. It happens against our expectation. The quality of anger hiding within the character and the nature of our mind gets the chance of expression. Then, what do we do next? We ourselves scold the other person in anger. At the very first instance, he scolded us. It created anger within ourselves. It is reaction. Now, in turn, we scold him back. This is not reaction. This is counteraction. Counteraction is not a reaction. Reaction is natural. We are not responsible even to the least. It happens unconsciously. It happens against our will and expectation. What we are really and consciously interested is that we should not have anger and we should not have any mental disturbance. But mental disturbance or anger happens unconsciously. But counteraction is not like that. We cannot say it happens unconsciously. We ourselves take part in the counteraction. When a person scolds us, the anger that appeared within us is unconscious. Thereafter, we take the anger in our hands. We adopt the anger as ours. Then we scold back the other person. we cannot escape saying that the counteraction also happened unconsciously. Here, our desire and involvement take the main role. We may have many justifiable reasons behind counteraction, but it happened only by our will. So, there is no basic difference between a premeditated action and this counteraction. The counteraction can very well be considered as a planned action. The unconscious reaction may be the cause and reason for this counteraction. Anyhow, there is our willful participation in our counteraction, whereas it is absent in our reaction. We have a self-interest in our counteraction. There is sufficient good reason and justification on our part for the counteraction. So, we ourselves do the counteraction by our self-will. Even though the reaction happens within ourselves, we are not responsible for our reaction. If it is counteraction, we alone are responsible. Now, what is the nature and structure of this counteraction? How does it function? To what extent are we contributing to its functioning? Even though we have not done any wrong, somebody by mistake think that we have done a wrong, accuses us as if we ourselves have committed wrong. We become angry at once. We think that our anger is just and reasonable because we have not committed any wrong on our part. So we think the other person has no right to accuse us. Then it is correct for us to scold him back. It is just and necessary. So thinking, we scold him back in return. If he is an ordinary person, we scold him outwardly. But if he were our higher officer, we cannot scold him outwardly. So we scold him within our mind. This is counteraction. Since it is within our control, we have the option to scold or not to scold somebody outwardly. But reaction is never under our control. It happens unconsciously. We recognize it only after it has happened. But as the counteraction is under our control, we have to follow the social or spiritual virtues in our actions and our counteraction. Suppose we follow an ideal that we should not be angry at anybody. We adopt the ideal in our daily life to the possible extent. But without our control, we become angry at times. This is reaction. It would happen like that because no reaction is under our control. So reaction happens. It happens unconsciously. Then we repent for our anger. This repentance is not a reaction. It is a counteraction. Since we have a wrong idea that all my reactions must be under my control, we repent as if we ourselves have done wrong. If it happens unconsciously, it may also be considered as a reaction. Reaction is natural. It will happen according to the nature and character of our mind. It will happen unconsciously and without our knowledge. But the life of such unconscious reaction is mere half of a second. When we give importance to the reaction by trying to remove it or approving it for our use, then only the reaction gets life renewed. The reaction gets confirmation only by way of counteraction. It is only when we give the reaction gets life. Otherwise, all our reactions will disappear as the words written on the surface of water. Chapter 22. The Dead Experiences. When we are, along with our family members, sitting before the dining table, one lunatic person enters inside our house, suddenly and without our expectation. We at once get tension, fear, or anger. All these feelings happen unconsciously. They appear on their own. This is reaction. This is not counteraction. Should we leave the lunatic person as it is? We have to do something about him. But should we do anything about our mental reaction? No, we need not do anything in this regard. All our reactions are felt by us only when they are already over and complete. They have already come to the end when we recognize our reaction. We cannot regulate a dead thing. If we wish to do anything for our reaction, it is our ignorance. But the counteraction is in our hands. That we have to do. We have to administer and manage the situation through counteraction and action. The lunatic person has entered into our house. We have to deal with him and send him out using our skill. We may use angry words. We may threaten. We may take any technique which is appropriate to deal with the situation. He may become furious if we threaten him. So we have to change our technique to deal with him. It is in our hands. Here we have adopted the reaction, the anger that happened unconsciously to deal with the situation. It is not wrong to adopt it for the management of the situation. We have to adopt for the administration of outward action, but we should not adopt it by suppressing our reaction, thinking that we should never have such mental reactions. Here we enter into the struggle of setting right our psychological function of our mind as if it were in our hands. We have to set right the outward things, outward activities. We may adopt our mental feelings for that reason and purpose. If we adopt mental feelings to set right the mental feelings themselves, it is completely wrong. When we have anger, if we think that we should not have anger, it is negative adoption. When we have the feeling of love and joy, if we think that we should have the feelings forever, it is positive adoption. Whatever may be the quality of such adoption, if it is in the form of setting right the inner function of our mind, it is wrong. If it is towards outward action, it is correct. We can adopt it to regulate the counter action. We should not adopt it to regulate our reactions. Have you ever observed the thunder and lightning? The lightning flashes first, and a few seconds later, we can hear the huge noise of thunder as if the sky itself has broken down into pieces. There is nobody who will not be afraid of the noise of thunder. It is very normal and common if one is so afraid of thunder, which has every possibility of falling down upon him. But we have to note a fact here. Whenever we hear the noise of thunder, however powerful it may be, it will never fall down upon us. It is impossible for it to fall down upon us. Why? We cannot be with our life to hear the noise of the thunderbolt which would hit us. We can hear only the noise of the thunder which does not hit us. When we see the flash of the lightning itself, everything is complete. There is no separation between the two, the lightning and the thunder. Even though we hear the thunder later, its life is over and complete at the time of its flash of lightning itself. If we are afraid of the flash of lightning, it is somewhat reasonable comparing with the fear of thunder. But after the completion of lightning, if we are afraid of thunder, it is meaningless. Just like that, all our feelings, all our experiences, all our reactions coming out from the nature of our mind are only the completed happenings. We recognize them only after the completion of them. We take cognizance of them only when they are already over. All our experiences are only completed experiences. But we think and take them as incomplete experiences. Since we take it as an incomplete experience, we try to regulate it. It is like trying to wake up a dead body. The life of each one of our experience is mere a fraction of a second. If an experience happens again, it is not the old one, it is only a new experience. Each one of our experiences ends within a fraction of a second. We all know our thought is new every time. Our thought is coming out one by one as the smoke appears from an incense stick. But do we think that our experiences are different from our thoughts? All our experiences are nothing but our thoughts. Our thought has different dimensions. Our experience is one of those dimensions of our thought. We cannot separate thought from our experience. They may look separate, but they are not separate. Each one of our thought ends within a fraction of a second. Each one of our experience also ends within a fraction of a second. But we take the completed experience as an incomplete experience. So we try to correct it and modify it. Really, it is beyond our control and effort. It is already over and complete. Our effort itself creates a new problem when there is no necessity for our effort. It creates all our psychological problems. Concerning with our psyche and our inner feelings, if we know and understand that we have nothing to do, it is enough. We have nothing to do. We need not do anything. At the outset, this may look as if we are approving our bad thoughts, feelings, and experiences. It looks as if we give encouragement to them. But it is not so. On the other hand, if we do anything in favor of those feelings or against them, then only we begin to approve them. So, taking all our experiences as the completed and dead things alone is the correct way of facing our experiences. It would be correct if we understand that we cannot do anything in this respect. Chapter 23. Meditation is necessary. Enlightenment is greater than meditation. Manonasa is greater than Manolaya. We have seen that. Then, is meditation an unimportant one? Is Manolaya an unimportant one? No, it is also important. If it is important, to what extent? Or does it not have any importance at all? In Tamil literature, there is a great book known as Tirukkural written by Thiruvalluvar. In his book, he raises a question. In the common vicinity of our world, we see most of the people are in poverty and very few people alone are prosperous. He asks, why? Then he himself answers his question. At the very outset of his poem, we can understand that as a result of one's good and bad deeds, one may get prosperity and poverty respectively. If anybody does good, he will have prosperity. If he does bad, he will get poverty. But the real meaning of the poem by which he wants to convey is different. What he wants to say is, meditation is the only thing which determines the status of our life. There are so many meditational techniques taught in the field of spiritualism. Rishi Patanjali speaks about various forms of meditation. So many meditations are described in some other texts as revealed by Lord Shiva to the goddess Parvati. In the heritage of Buddha also, there are many practices of meditation. Other than that, many other saints and yogis also have given their meditational techniques. There are various types of meditation. Out of them, what type of meditation does Thiruvalluvar speak about? We have already seen meditation is nothing but Manolaya. Manolaya means the joining and the participation of our mind. When a professor gives lecture, he has to take care and arrange his lecture in a manner so the students could understand it easily. It is possible if he unites his mind and attention to the action of the lecture. In the same way, if the students want to understand the lecture in their turn, they have to unite and concentrate their mind with the lecture. If they have a wandering mind and they do not pay attention to the lecture, they cannot understand anything in the lecture. This participation of our total mind is Manolaya. Our total participation with our mind is meditation. We cannot do anything perfectly without the total participation of our mind. If we want to do anything with perfection, we have to do it through meditation. Doing anything with perfection is yoga. It is meditation. Correct and perfect action will bring good results. Action means not only action, not only the execution, it also includes planning. If we want to plan our action and then to execute the action, we have to do it only through Manolaya. We have to do it only through meditation. Sitting with closed eyes alone is not meditation. Doing an action with the required planning and its execution is also meditation. It is meditation. It is Manolaya. There are many factors which are necessary to do a thing with all perfection. In the same way, there are so many factors for the failure to do a thing or to do it badly. If we can avoid the adverse factors and coordinate the required factors, it is meditation. If one is successful in his life, it means that he knows how to coordinate the necessary factors. It is nothing but meditation. If he is not successful in his life, it means that he is indifferent of knowing the technique to coordinate the necessary factors. This world is made up of action. There would be no world without action. Every successful man must be a karma yogi. He must meditate his action. He must attach meditation with his action. He will be successful to the extent he is a meditator of action, to the extent of being a karma yogi. If he is not a meditator of action, his actions will end in failure. If a student can integrate meditation with his education, then he can succeed in his educational career. If his attention gets diverted, then his success also will get diverted. Since the meditators of action are few, the successful persons are also very few. This is the reason why failures are more. The persons in poverty are more. We cannot separate meditation from our life. Our life would be perfect and orderly to the extent of our participation with meditation. We have seen in the beginning that we have to give up meditation for the attainment of enlightenment. Now, if we give importance to meditation, what does it mean? Is meditation important? Then is not enlightenment important? Concerning with our inner life, enlightenment is the greatest. But concerning with our outer life, meditation is a must. We cannot neglect the outer world. It is also important, just like the inner world. He must be an enlightened one, a jnani in his inner life, and he must be a yogi, the meditator in his outer life. Only then he is a complete man. A complete man can also be named as a divine man or a godly man. He does not have any effort concerning with the inner world of his mind. All his inner experiences are nothing but spontaneous happenings. He does not do anything against or in favor of his reactions. They happen on their own and disappear on their own. His psyche becomes a flowing one. Chapter 24. The Action of the Enlightened. Most of the enlightened persons have attained it through the way of devotion to God. They have got enlightenment by surrendering themselves to God, having a theory with them that everything is done by God Himself. So, their preachings and their lifestyle reflect their individual approach in their enlightenment. Everything is done by God. I am nothing but a tool in the hands of God. He makes me do, and I am doing. As a dead leaf taken by the wind, I am going wherever God takes me to. Most of the enlightened persons are thinking like that. He cannot classify his actions as external and internal. Both are same to him. He is in the confirmation that he is not the doer of both. There is no private and individual duty for such enlightened persons. Most of them are ascetics and wandering monks. Only very few among thousands of them are living with their family. Even though he is a family man, he will not show much interest in the worldly affairs. Such enlightened persons are very rare. They are like a fruit in the tree, covered mostly by the leaves. Both type of enlightened persons, the ascetic and domestic, are really and equally great. There is no doubt about it. The society itself is ready to accept them as enlightened souls. The society, even though can accept and worship them, it is really afraid of them. Even though they praise them outwardly, they are afraid of them inwardly, because the enlightened persons are looked like effortless and slothful persons. Despite their appreciation for enlightened persons, they cannot accept them totally, because the world cannot be separated from action. The world itself is a field of action. It is not a place of rest. So, it is no wonder that everybody is giving importance to action and activities. No parents will think and like their children to be such idle persons. They want their children to be educated and successful in their education, profession, and career. If we take the ordinary world into consideration, we can find there so many educated persons and so many successful persons in various fields of life. They are many, but none of them is enlightened. They are completely ignorant of what enlightenment is. At the same time, the enlightened persons, in their turn, neglect all the efforts required for the success of worldly affairs. They keep themselves calm and silent, leaving everything in the hands of God. They sincerely feel that they are correct in their approach towards the outer world and worldly affairs. Really, they themselves are in a good state. There is no doubt about it. We cannot find any fault with them. They are endowed with best and blessed quality that one can dream for. They have good virtues that every noble man must attain. One is successful in the outer world. The other one is successful in the inner world. Those who are successful in the outer world have nothing to do with the inner world. Those who are successful in the inner world are considered to be failures in the outer world. What we are going to say is about the third one. He is having both the qualities. Concerning with the inner world, his mind, he is a jnani, he is an enlightened person. Concerning with the outer world, he is a karma yogi, he is an expert in his worldly affairs. Inwardly, he has nothing to do. Outwardly, he has many things to do. Inwardly, he is innocent and enlightened. Outwardly, he is an expert in his actions and he is successful in all of his worldly activities. Inwardly, he is with enlightenment. Outwardly, he is one with meditation. He is actionless inwardly as he finds nothing to do. But externally, he does every activity which is good and correct for himself and for the society with due care and meditation. He does everything as a karma yogi, as a meditator of action. This looks like an extraordinary state, but it is not so. This is nothing but one that even an ordinary human being can attain. A man of average prudence can attain it. Even though it is very simple and ordinary, this is really an extraordinary one. Really, it is a divine state. Really, it is a godly state. Though he does each and everything in the outer world with utmost care, inwardly he is actionless. He is free from actions. Outwardly, he is a doer, but inwardly he is a non-doer. You might have heard this story. Once, some village women who used to sell their milk products in the nearby town were unable to cross a river for their return to their native village. When they crossed the river in the morning, the water level was very low, but it was very high at the time of their return. It was impossible for them to wait till the water level recedes. They all prayed for the help of a saint who was meditating by the side of the river. The saint promised them to help if they could provide anything with for his hunger. They all gave him milk, curd, and cheese to eat. The saint, after eating all the offerings, addressed the river. "O beautiful river! O divine river! If it were true that I maintain fasting without eating anything today, please give way to these innocent women." The women were surprised very much because before their very eyes he had eaten everything offered by the women. But he openly lied that he had not eaten anything and that he was maintaining a fasting also. They all were perplexed, but to their surprise, the river accepted the request of the saint and gave way to them. The central theme of this story is that the outer actions will not disturb the inner calmness of a saint. The saint had eaten physically, but he had not eaten anything psychologically. There are so many stories like this mentioned in the spiritual literatures. An enlightened person is always without action in his inner world, but he functions in the outer world as a diligent person, as a prudent man with utmost care. Chapter 25: A Doctor's Experience. Meditation can be used for the success of our external action. This is what we have discussed already. Can we not use it inwardly? Can we do the external activities alone with meditation? Do we have all our achievements only in our worldly activities? Do we not have any such achievements in our inner world? Here it is. There are so many achievements even in our psychological world also. There are many types of transcendental meditations. There are many forms of meditation by which one can develop one's inner capacity. One can develop extrasensory perception. One can develop occult powers. One can develop pleasurable and divine experiences. A young man met me. He was practicing as a house surgeon after the completion of his medical course. Having inclination in the spiritual field, he was interested in attaining enlightenment, but he did not know the way to it. He joined some of the organizations which give training for meditation. He got some pleasurable experiences through meditation. Even though he was interested in attaining enlightenment, He thought one can get enlightenment only after doing meditation in numerous births. Another physician who introduced to the former the Tamil version of my book, Don't Delay Enlightenment, told him that he could get enlightenment by going through the book. But that youth did not believe it. He asked the physician himself whether mere reading of the book of 90 pages could give enlightenment to anybody. But he, taking the words of the physician as a joke, read the book. After reading it, he wondered how simple enlightenment was to attain. He felt that he himself had the understanding of enlightenment. He attended my discourse at Madurai and also met me in person. Afterwards, he accompanied me to some of my lecture meetings. Then he confirmed himself that he got enlightenment. One day, he asked me whether he could do any meditation to study its various powers. As I agreed to him, he did meditation, focusing his attention on the eye consciousness. He had a friend doing the profession of astrology. Once the astrologer got ill during midnight, and this house surgeon went to the astrologer's room and gave him some medicine. When the house surgeon returned from the astrologer's room, some load men who were loading a lorry in the nearby lorry shed saw him. The next morning, when the astrologer went to the tea shop, the load men asked the astrologer, "Why had the doctor come in the midnight? Are you ill?" The astrologer told them that he had got some illness at the midnight and that the house surgeon had given him medicine. In the evening, when the house surgeon met the astrologer thanked him for the medicine given by him at the midnight and that he had got cured. But the house surgeon wondered because he did not go to the astrologer's room at all at midnight. He was at his bed in his house when it was said that he had gone to the astrologer's room. So he could not believe in what the astrologer told him. In the same way, the astrologer could not believe in what the doctor told him, because he himself had seen the doctor coming and giving the medicine, and the remaining portion of the medicine given by the doctor also was there. In addition to that, somebody else in the lorry shed had also seen the doctor. At last, they had to note another aspect. During the arrival of the doctor at midnight, the door of the astrologer's room was locked inside. He never opened the door for the doctor to get him inside. So they both came to the conclusion that if anybody could enter a locked room, it was something abnormal and strange. Some other thing like that also happened very shortly. It was the midnight of October 1st of 2008. The astrologer had the habit of using liquor at times. Since there could be no liquor shop on every 2nd of October, as it is the day of Gandhi Jayanti, the astrologer had purchased a bottle of liquor for the next day. In the midnight, the doctor entered the room and broke the liquor bottle, saying why he had not followed his advice. The astrologer was very much angry with the doctor since he had broken the bottle despite the request of the astrologer not to break it. When the doctor met him the next day, the astrologer behaved in an angry mood. He expressed his dissatisfaction with the doctor. The doctor told him that he never went to the room the previous night and that he never broke the liquor bottle. Here also, they were unable to answer the question of lock, because the astrologer never opened the locked door to get the doctor inside. How can anybody enter through a locked door? The doctor explained all the happenings to me and asked me, "Are you doing all these mysterious happenings through your occult powers?" I told him. Ramana Maharishi also had a similar experience while he was lying on his bed. he felt he was floating in the air and after some time landing somewhere else. He felt the place of landing was Tiruvattriyur at Chennai. He said he could understand how the Siddhas, saints, are traveling in the sky, but concerning with Ramana Maharishi, he himself knew about it while he was traveling. Afterwards, the doctor slept in the next night with semi-consciousness. On the night, he found himself traveling in his astral body to 3 places. Out of the 3, he went to only one place alone with his own appearance. He went as a different person to the remaining 2 places. In the course of time, the doctor got some other powers like knowing one's past and the future and so on. He got the powers not through his enlightenment but only through his practice of meditation. Chapter 26: The Supernatural Power. Meditation is a practice. It is a pattern of action. If we follow the practice in the prescribed order, definitely we can have proper results. But by enlightenment, we mean the abandonment of all our actions, the total negation of all our actions, the total giving up of all our efforts. It means doing nothing. Here, the action does not mean the outward actions. Doing nothing does not mean the outward actions. It means doing nothing inwardly. It means the foregoing of all our inward ideals. When the young doctor got such mystic power, he got popularity and respect amidst the persons who knew him. But the doctor himself regarded that enlightenment alone is higher than such powers. The Saint Ramakrishna Paramahamsa himself had done some practices of Kriya Yoga, the Tantric Sadhana. He described that such practices can create occult powers, but he warned that one should not have any attachment with such occult powers. It happened around 20 years before when I was practicing as a lawyer. One lady by name Papa Swami met me for her problem. During the lifetime of Ramana Maharishi, she had stayed in his ashram and she told that Ramana Maharishi himself knew her very well. She was a Christian by birth. When she was 10 years old, the godly power of Anjaneya entered into her without any effort by herself. Thereby, she had got supernatural powers. She herself was regarded as a god by the people around her. She had also granted all the boons to her devotees. She had the power to turn the sand into gold. She healed incurable diseases. She could disappear from one place and appear in some other place. She had many other powers like this. When she met me, she was above the age of 80 years, but still she was healthy. I asked her what her problem was. She told me that his neighbor was always giving trouble to her. Despite her complaint with the police station, he could not be controlled. She asked whether there was any remedy through court to take appropriate action against her neighbor. Since I had some knowledge about her powers, I was rather surprised at her complaint and problem. I asked her, "You yourself have many powers with you. Do you need police and court to control your neighbor?" She answered calmly, "Still, I am having those powers with me. I have with me all the powers of Anjaneya, the Hanuman. He even now tells me, 'You give me consent, I will smash him.' But it is a great sin, so I refuse to give consent. I have helped everybody whoever comes to me. I have given them whatever they asked me. I have given acquittal even to murderers who surrendered to me. I have used all my powers for the sake of others. but as a result, all have returned to me as karma, a bad effect of their evil deeds. So I set aside all the powers as useless tool. Those powers are still with me, but what is the use of them? I do not consider it a power at all. It seems to be a bundle of sins. Nowadays, I never use the powers either for me or for others. In my village, one rich man has a coconut garden. Now I am watering the garden for daily wages and I am living by the wages alone. This was the position of the lady at that time. She had a person who accompanied her. I asked the other person who he was. Then I found out he was one of my distant relatives. I asked about his history. He told me when he was young, he had developed himself to be a local rowdy. He had 18 criminal cases against him when he was at the age of 18. He had an antagonistic view upon Papa Swami, who was then considered to be a god. Many people gave respect to her, and they even took her out for a procession, placing her upon an elephant. He could not bear with the respects given to her. He openly challenged her. He told her that she was a cheat and that she had no powers at all. Papa Swami also was put in a position to accept his challenge. The reason behind her name Papa Swami is also a peculiar one. Even though she being a lady, she used to sit upon the waist of other ladies as a baby. Papa means baby. That was the reason behind her name to be Papa Swami. The one who carried her would feel as if carrying a soft cotton pillow or an air pillow on their waist. He and Papa Swami had the challenge. The challenge was nothing but the challenge what Angadan had made in the court of Ravana, described in the epic Ramayanam. Angadan placed his leg on the ground and challenged that no one could remove his leg from the ground. The same was the challenge between that person and Papa Swami. She had placed her right leg on the ground and she challenged him to remove it from the ground. He accepted the challenge. The bid is that if he could remove her leg from the ground, she should accept her to be a fraud. If he failed, on the other hand, he offered that he would serve her as her devotee. The story of Angadan had happened. The young man had tried his level best. He could not shake even a bit of the leg of the lady Papa Swami. He, instead of pulling the leg, even tried to pull her hands. He even pulled and pushed her body, but in vain. Papa Swami, without holding anything for her support, stood herself as a rock without any motion. He could not but accept his failure, yet he lived like a hero, keeping his words. He served her as her devotee. When I met him, he was also at his age around 80. Chapter 27: The Divine Experiences. They are very rare who warn about the spiritual experiences of bliss when everybody is mad after such blissful experiences. Ramana Maharishi is one among them. When we enter into meditation by observing the eye consciousness, we will have some experiences of joy, but we should not enjoy it and stay with that. We must ask, who is experiencing this joy? And go beyond that. He says like this: this is not a fraction of truth, it is an absolute truth. This is a truth that everybody who is doing meditations must know. Not only that, this is also a warning to them. We cannot separate meditation from those blissful experiences. Those who are doing meditation with sincerity will definitely get such kind of marvelous experiences. Such kind of experiences are inevitable. We cannot at the very outset brand them as bad. They give us many benefits. They have so many good qualities with them. Then, why do we warn about the blissful experiences? We do not warn blindly. Let us see the reasons later. First, let us know the best part of those joyful experiences. What are the good qualities of those blissful experiences? In what respect they are beneficial to us? Suppose we are starving for food and poverty. We have many commitments and we need money. Thereby, we have to get a loan amount of 10 lakh rupees. At this crucial moment, we get a cash prize of 10 crore rupees. Our mind at once thrills with joy. We cannot measure the vibration of our joy. We can have the same kind of vibrations during or after our meditation. The vibration of joy happened by the income of many crores of rupees happens for itself without having got any material benefits. It happens only by way of our meditations. We have seen many who are having the habit of consuming liquor. There may be many reasons behind it. Somebody may take liquor to forget their problems. Some other may take it to celebrate success. Some people may take it due to their addiction to the consumption of liquor. But whatever the basic factor is, they invariably all get some enjoyment through the consumption of liquor. Otherwise, why should they be addicted to it? They all feel a pleasurable sensation from the liquor. The intoxicating effect of alcohol is desirable in nature to all of them. The pleasurable sensation given by liquor, the joyful intoxicating effect of liquor can be had through our meditation. Yes, without consuming any liquor-like intoxicant. But there is only one major difference between the two. The person who consumes liquor will have staggering gait, incoherent speech, and unconsciousness of mind. But the other person who gets the pleasurable sensation through meditation will not have those defects. He will be as normal as any non-alcoholic. In addition to that, he will have the quality of intoxication with a calmness in mind. He can have those experiences even after his meditation. At times, it continues for hours. Somebody may have the same for days even. With the regular practice of meditation, one can get peace of mind. His wavering mind subsides. He gets freedom from unnecessary worries. Without taking any tranquilizers, he will have undisturbed sleep. He gets cured from his ill health, which he has developed through his mental worries. He gets the aptitude for good thoughts and good habits. Many hardened criminals have changed their attitude and their way of life only through the regular practice of meditation. The persons who are doing regular meditation are living like role models for others. Their lifestyle itself creates an astonishment and attraction for others. There are many other benefits, and we can enumerate more and more. That is why even a common man himself is interested in meditation. Most of the physicians recommend meditation to their patients for regaining normal health. Even the physicians themselves do regular meditation. But as the shadow lives under the light itself, there are certain defects in meditation also. Even our meditation itself creates some evil effects. Let us see what they are. Chapter 28, The Experience of Bliss. One gets training how to shoot with a gun. He even gets prizes for shooting. In short, he is good at shooting with gun. But when he is at his house with his family members, a thief enters into the house having knife in his hands. Now he is in the duty to save his family. He takes the gun. He cannot hold the gun since his total body is trembling with fear. So trembling, he even hands over his gun to the thieves themselves. If he says, let us assume, I can shoot only in the shooting ground, I cannot fight with such kind of brutal thieves, what shall we think about him? This is the case of our meditation also. We may have beautiful meditations, then our mind would become calm and serene. A joyful experience would follow us as melodious music, but unexpectedly we meet a problem either in our office or in our home. Because the happenings of the world are not under our control. Anything may happen at any time in our day-to-day life. So, at any time we may be caught in any one of the external problems around us. At the very instance, all our calmness and serenity of mind which we have developed through our meditation will immediately dissolve and our mind becomes tense and agitated. When the sorrow, sufferings or mental struggle come into operation, we may call for the help of our meditation, but it will not heed to our request. You please set right all your problems first. Then we may safely and peacefully do our meditation and enjoy the best benefits of meditation. It will tell us like that. Every one of us have many outward problems in our lives. We can solve some of them, but certain problems require long span of time for its salvation. At that time, we may have the capacity to sit on meditation due to our regular practice, putting aside our problems for the time being. But our problems and worries will wait for us on the threshold. They will wait, saying, anyhow, you have to come away to meet us. When the vibrations of our meditation begin to diminish, our worldly problems and worries will catch hold of us immediately. All our unsolved problems will again start giving us worries and struggles. But it is one of the main instructions that are normally given. We should not do meditation when we are agitated with our intense external problems. When somebody breaks the rule and does meditation forcibly for his release from mental worry, he unconsciously enters into a situation where he can get mental breakdown at any time. It creates the necessity for medical treatment. So, we cannot demand the pleasurable experiences of meditation forcibly. He is a computer engineer from Bangalore. After reading my book, Don't Delay Enlightenment, he called on me at my residence. He told me about his experience. It happened to him on the first time when he studied his 7th standard. Then he was on the bed and he had an inducement to go to the bathroom. He stepped down from the bed. After stepping down alone, he came to know that he had not only stepped away from the bed, but he had also stepped away from his physical body itself. Even though he came out of the physical body, he was able to see and hear the world. He could see his physical body laid down upon the bed. Then he once again joined with his physical body. He, in his later life also, had such kind of experience several times. Some other persons also have told me about their similar experiences. One among them is living in Chennai. Once he had undergone a surgery. After the surgery, he was at his bed with an unbearable pain. It was at that time he had this experience of going away from the physical body. Coming out from the body, he could see his physical body as if it were the body of some other person. Another thing he observed was that he could not feel the pain of the wound caused by the surgery from the instance of his going out from the physical body. It was half an hour later he once again entered into his physical body. After entering into the physical body, he was able to feel the pain once again. Thus, somebody has the capacity to separate their astral body from the physical body. Thereby, all the experiences related to physical body are terminated. They can see, hear, and recognize, but there is no experience of feelings. The blissful experience of meditation and other spiritual practices cannot be experienced without the help of our physical body. Our spiritual experiences are experienced only in the brain and the nervous system of our body. We can experience them when we have both physical and astral body joined together. Whatever may be the experience, if the density of the experience is heavy, our physical body cannot bear it so easily. When the joyful experience of our spiritual practice is experienced beyond its limit, it destroys the health of our physical body. The spiritual aspirants are not aware of the intricacies of the spiritual field and the experiences they derive from. That is why the joyful and blissful experience of the spiritual field is regarded as high. But really, it is not so. We should not give much importance to such kind of experiences. When it exceeds the limit, it destroys the health of the spiritual aspirant. Some of them are unable to do their day-to-day duties due to the density of those experiences. Some others who are very much interested in those experiences neglect their duty to their home and to the society. It is in this line alone an ascetic life is praised much, but it is not the proper way. Renunciation must only be in the psychological level. It should not be in the physical level. There is no difference between the enslavement to the intoxication of liquor and the enslavement to the blissful experiences of the spiritual field. The negligence of social and domestic duty on the spell of spiritual experiences is same as that of the intoxication derived from alcoholism. Renunciation is purely related to our inner world. Concerning with the inner world, we have to renounce all our experiences. There is no disparity as higher experiences or lower experiences. Whatever may be the experience, it would be correct if they come in unintentionally and go away unintentionally. It would be wrong if we anxiously catch hold of anything in the name of spiritual experience. Renunciation is not applicable to the physical external world where love and care that unite everybody is the proper and best way of life. Chapter 29, Sachidanandam. Does the word Anandam mean the quality of joy, a feeling of happiness? Most of the Sanskrit scholars invariably say that Anandam does not mean Anandam. It means only Anantam. It means infinite. Antam means finite end. Anantam means infinite. A plus Antam means no end. Anantam, the infinite, is not an experience. Infiniteness is a quality. If we take it as an experience, we limit it to a boundary. But reality is one that is living infinitely forever. It is an infinite total movement. When we limit anything, it is being separated from totality. Even though anything cannot be separated from totality, there occurs an illusion as if it being a separate and individual entity. There is no harm in getting an individuality. All our experiences are possible only through such individual existence. As we have already discussed, experiences are possible if we set our mind to have the experiences. We have seen it is Manolaya. When there is a happening, we have the experience according to our mindset. But as we have discussed already, the life of each one of our experience is mere a fraction of second. The appearance of experience and its disappearance are quite natural. The disappearance of Manolaya and the existence of Manonasa is natural. When Manolaya gets importance, it creates a struggle. When we struggle to retain our Manolaya, we give importance to Manolaya in a positive way. In the same way, if we struggle to remove our Manolaya, we give importance to Manolaya in a negative way. These struggles are related to Manolaya. So, these struggles give importance to Manolaya itself. Thereby, a vicious circle or eddy forms in the regular and free flow of water in the free flow of Manonasa. Our Manonasa is flowing like a river where our Manolaya forms a circular and spiral movement. Till the circular movement dissolves into the regular flow, it establishes itself to be a separate entity having separate movement and action. There is no flaw in individuality. There is no mistake in experiences. If it is in the quality of forming and dissolving, then it becomes the part of the total movement, even though there is individuality in its existence. It becomes a part of the total river. We all are individuals. Our experiences are private. If there is no individuality, then there is no you and no I. All our experiences are individual and private. Pleasure, pain, desire, fear, everything is individualistic in nature. When there is no individuality, there is no world. There is no movement in the world. Individuality means a stable thing. It means completeness. If we do not hold it with self-interest, either by way of positive assertion or by way of negative negation, our individuality loses its importance. The completeness loses importance. When the completeness loses its importance, it becomes a part of the infinite flow of eternity. When our experiences come on its own and disappear on its own, they become parts of the infinite, the Anantam. Each one of such Manolaya becomes the part of Manonasa. Sat and Chit are always there. Since Anantam has been considered as a blissful experience, the real meaning of the word is invisible and deceptive. When we take it as the infinite one, everything becomes the part of the total movement. Everything becomes the part of Sat, Chit and Anantam. Chapter 30. The observer is the observed. In the spiritual literatures, there is one another important feature. It is Tiripudi. Tiri means three. Pudi means state. It means three states of experience. The three states are observer, observation, and observed. Observer means the person who is observing. When I see a tree, I who sees the tree is the observer. The tree which is seen by me is the observed. The seeing of the tree is the observation. These are the Tiripudi, the observer, observation, and the observed. Who is this observer? Inquire who am I and find out its real nature. Thus says Ramana Maharishi. And The observer is the observed, says J. Krishnamurti. We have already seen the example, the dreamer and his dreams. The dreamer himself assumes various characters in his dream. The dreamer, when he dreams, becomes the passenger in a train, then he becomes the traveler in a car. In this way, he assumes many characters throughout the dream, but till the end of the dream, he will never recognize him as the dreamer. He will not be the observer of the dream, but he functions only as the observer of the experiences happening in the dream. This is the case in our day-to-day life also. This is what is happening in our waking state also. In our waking state, we are having experiences in each and every moment of the day. But we will not consider ourselves to be a separate entity apart from the experiencer of the experiences. We always consider ourselves to be the experiencer, the observer of the experiences. We become the reflecting entity who reflects the observed. When there is the experience of anger, we become the person who has anger. When there is the experience of pleasure, we become the experiencer who is having pleasure. Experience does not happen to the experiencer. Experience itself creates the experiencer. The experiencer is formed according to the experience, but we will not take it so. What we feel is that the experiencer is a changeless entity and experiences happen to him all the times. So we try to set right our experiences. Since we feel that they happen to us, we try to change the sorrow and suffering. We try to retain the pleasurable experiences. As we are thinking that observer is different from the observed, experiencer is different from the experiences, there happens all our problems. Really, observer is being a part of the observed. Experiencer is being a part of the experience. If we can join both the experiencer and the experience as one, then all our problems will come to an end. There will be no problem if the observer and the observed become one. What shall we do for that? What shall we do for joining them as one? Two ways are prescribed by a Tamil scripture known as Unmai Neri Vilakkam. The meaning of it is explanation to the way of truth. Two duties are explained and given to us to achieve the goal. We should be actionless. This is the first duty given to us. The second one is we should become the other thing, the observed. The first one given is that we should not have any duty or action for ourselves. We must keep ourselves actionless. Suppose I experience fear or sorrow. What should be my duty in the situation? Here, I am advised to keep myself actionless. So I have no duty either to control the fear or sorrow or to run away from them. When I have no duty, then what is that I have to do? There comes the second duty. I should become the other thing, the observed. That means I must become the experience of fear itself. I must become the experience of sorrow itself. Then we do not have any duty on our own, and when we become the experience itself, what will happen then? Then there will be the union of the observer and the observed as we have seen. But it is said in the scripture that when we have executed the two duties, God Himself does all our duties on behalf of us and He takes us to be the part of Himself. Now, let us know and consider the implications and details of the said two duties. We should not have any duty of our own and we must keep ourselves actionless is our first duty. What does it mean to be actionless? If we have to do anything, we may ask, how can I do such thing? Here we cannot ask what I can do to be actionless. Doing nothing itself is being actionless. So we need not do anything to execute our first duty. Now, what is the second duty? We have to become the experience itself. The experiencer must become the experience itself. The observer must become the observed itself. Now we have to do something. There comes action. Shall we have to accept the experience as part of ourselves? When we accept the experience as our part, is there not a possibility of the union of the experiencer and the experienced? But we have seen that the experiencer himself is the product of the experience. So the experiencer is bound to the experience. Therefore, the experiencer cannot contain the experience as his part. Okay. The experiencer cannot make the experience as his part, we admit. But instead, can the experiencer himself enter into the experience and become part of the experience? There is a proverb. Either Muhammad has to go to the mountain or the mountain has to go to Muhammad. Anyhow, both must be united. Chapter 31. The Unqualified Awareness. We are having two states, life and matter. Life means the living. Matter means lifeless object. All our experiences are nothing but matter. They can never be considered as living things. The experience can never have the quality or state of doership. It can never become a subject. It always continues to be an object only. So, the experience cannot act as a doer and cannot contain the experiencer as its part. Even though the experiencer happens to be the product of the experience, there is also a quality of life in the experience. In the base of his being, the experiencer is a living thing. He cannot be considered as a material object totally. Even though the experiencer in a dream is made up of the experiences of the happenings in the dream, he has got his basic life from the dreamer himself. The experiences in a dream may be the reason for the outward appearance and action of the experiencer. But he gets his basic life, the Sat, from the dreamer. This is the same in the case of our waking state also, where our experience is the cause for the outward appearance and action of the experiencer. Here, what is the basic cause for the liveliness of the experiencer? It is the dreamer in the dream state. What is that in our waking state? It is our unqualified awareness. This is known as Chit. The experiencer is nothing but the formation of Chit, the unqualified awareness with the experience. The experience is Jada, matter in essence. The joining of Chit and Jada creates the Chit Jada Kranti, the experiencer. The Chit alone has life. The experience is only a matter without life energy. Experiencer is the combination of the two. Actually, the original Chit, the unqualified awareness alone is the doer. He alone has the freedom to do anything for himself. He is the real doer of our experiences. He is the real possessor of all our experiences, as the dreamer is the real doer in the dream. The Chit is the real possessor and doer. The Chit, the unqualified awareness, is not bound by our experiences. Hence, It never gets itself affected or stained by our experiences. So the Chit, the unqualified awareness, is always free. It is always free from the control of our experiences. So it has no necessity to get itself free from any experience or to change any experience. Then who is having all these problems? Who is the entity that is having all these problems? We have seen all our experiences are lifeless matter. So, lifeless matter also cannot have problem on its own. Our Chit is also free from problem. Then, who is having all the problems? It is the Chit Jada Kranti, the experiencer, who is having all the problems. Now, what is the nature and quality of the problems of an experiencer? His problems are in the same quality as the character of a dream. In our dream, we feel as if we were caught in a danger, but it is not a real one. It happened only in the dream. It is nothing but imagination. We can have the dream as if we got escaped from danger. In the same way, we may also dream that we were unable to get over the danger. But in the real sense, there is no difference between the two. Both are imaginary because the very existence of the danger itself is imaginary. We can add many ciphers to a cipher. We can deduct or multiply a cipher with cipher. There will be no difference. The result will always be a cipher. Then, what can be the salvation of our problem? How can the observer become the observed? As we have seen, two duties are given to us. We should not have any action or duty on our own. This is the first duty. The second one is we must become the experience itself. But both the duties are in contradiction with each other. The first one is that we must be actionless. We can understand it very easily. But the second duty is somewhat strange. We have to become the experience itself. When we become the experience itself, the becoming itself becomes an action. So, when we do the second duty, the first duty that we should not do anything is also affected. One is keeping silence without talking. But if he says, I am keeping silence without talking anything, his very act of talking is against his silence. So, our problem gets complicated. We have to satisfy the first duty and also we have to do the second duty. Then, how shall we solve the problem? What shall we do? We have tried to do the second duty. Since it is also defective, we have to return once again to the first duty. What does it mean that we must be actionless? When there is nothing to do, it is the actionless state. It is meaningless if one would say that I am trying to be in an actionless state. Here, being in an actionless state is not important. Need not do anything is the important one. Where are we? When there is no need to do anything. Then we will be in the actionless state unconsciously. Now, what is important is to know the demandless state. When we are in a necessity to do something, we should not be in a state of not doing anything. So, our necessity or demands brings action. When there is no necessity, then is there anything for us to do? If we do anything, it means that we are in need of something or the other. So, whenever there is demand and necessity, there must be action. So, instead of asking, when can I be actionless, it is correct to ask, when can I be demandless? Now, when do we become demandless? When does the demandless state happen? Suppose we are in sorrow. We want to be free from the sorrow. This desire creates a demand, but we have got sorrow when our desires are disturbed. Now, the desire to be free from sorrow itself is a desire. The factor, the desire, which is the cause of our sorrow, still continues. We unconsciously adopt the desire as a tool to rectify our sorrow. In the same way, we deceive ourselves as a game. The action of I consciousness happens only through our desires or wants. When we understand that our desires are the cause of our problems, we have nothing to do except having some other desire in another form. Even though we find out desire is the cause of our problem, we cannot but do anything without desire. Now we come to understand that all our ways are wrong. Chapter 32: The Infinite Movement. Desires are the only cause of all of our problems. Anything happens to the satisfaction of our desire, it gives us joy or pleasure. If anything happens against our desire, it gives us adverse feeling, pain, or sorrow. If we want that the pain must go, it is also a desire, a demand. It creates a struggle within ourselves and our problem becomes more complicated. The demand for pleasure is the basic reason for our desires. There will be no desire without a demand for pleasure. Our desires and the demand for pleasure jointly create a necessity to attain something or the other. But is there anything to be attained? When we have sorrow, we want a sorrowless state. When we are in joy or pleasure, we want the continuation of them. In both cases, there is anticipation. There is anticipation relating to the future. The experience happening in the present moment must be like this in the future. This anticipation is there. What we have must change or what we have must continue. This is nothing but an anticipation towards the future. When such future aspect gets importance, the anticipation towards it, the effort towards it, the action towards it is inevitable. Our concern with the future is the cause of all our problems. All our demands for pleasure are the desire for the future itself. Our concern towards the future alone gives us the energy to attain it, gives us the struggle to attain it, gives us the violence to capture it. If it is related to the external worldly life, the future is a must. Future is the active force to conduct our worldly life. When it comes to the inner world, the inner life, the future is the only problem. The future is the delusion. The future is the deception. This delusion of future alone stumbles us on the way. The anticipation that we have to attain a state or that we have to attain a quality gives life to the future. We have to understand that there is no such future state and that the delusion upon the future state alone is the cause of all our problems. When the future state loses importance, our efforts to attain it also will stop. If we have anything to do, it is nothing but the understanding that there is nothing to attain in the future. When there is nothing to attain, then there will be no demand for action. At the happening of the demandless state alone, actionless state also happens. Then only we are actionless. Here is the completion of our first duty, that we should not have any duty on our own and we must keep us actionless. Then, shall we not complete the second duty? Should we not become the other thing? Should we not become the experience? No, need not. Why so? Being actionless and becoming the experience are not different things. If it means two different states, then each one will be in contradiction with the other. But both aspects denote one and the same. When we are actionless, the other thing happens by itself as the natural impact. Here is one more aspect we have to consider. Suppose we come to know that a particular brand of ice cream is very delicious, but we have not yet tasted it. It may be true, but it is not our actual experience. Whenever we taste it for ourselves, then only it becomes our experience. Whatever may be the state of experience, it does not have any reality until it becomes related to us. All the experiences are nothing but abstract things. But when they are related to the experiencer, they become real. The experiencer gives reality to the experiences, and the experiences give quality to the experiencer. Actually, there is no experience without the experiencer. If there is no experiencer, it is not at all an experience. We may denote anything as experience. It is only for the explanation's sake. For the purpose of explanation alone, we have separated the experience and the experiencer as two different entities. Actually, there is no such classification. Mere experience is nothing but an abstraction. There is nothing as experience in existence. All experiences are only abstractions, an abstract matter itself. When there is a conversion as experiencer, then only there is real experience. Sorrow is not an experience, it is only an abstract matter. I am in sorrow is the actual state. Then only the experience becomes real. Pleasure is not an experience. The experiencer who experiences pleasure alone is the experience. Anger is not an experience. The experiencer who is experiencing anger is alone the experience. We cannot separate an experience from the experiencer. There is no such thing in the name of experience apart from the experiencer. The experiencer is always new. He is anew each and every moment. He comes newly again and again, moment by moment. But he is always having a delusion with him that he thinks he is separate from his experience. As long as he wants to attain anything psychologically, he cannot be free from the delusion. When we have the understanding that we have nothing to attain, then we become actionless inwardly. Then there exists the observer alone. There exists the experiencer alone. The observed becomes the part of the observer. The experience becomes the part of the experiencer. Then the observer comes to an infinite state. Chapter 33. The ever-flowing reality. He was an old man. He was begging for alms, holding an old dirty begging bowl. He had a very poor sight. He could not walk steadily. He took alms in the bazaar, shaking the coins in his vessel. He asked a shop owner to give him alms, stretching his dirty vessel. The shop owner, looking at his dirty vessel, started abusing him. "You fool!" The old man murmured. "Why do you scold me, sir? If you do not have the mind to give me anything, please let me go away." The shop owner at once snatched the begging bowl and forcibly threw it away to the ground. The coins in the bowl were scattered here and there. The people nearby crowded immediately. Everybody felt pity upon the old man. They asked the shop owner with anger, "Why do you behave like this with the old man? If you do not have mercy, why don't you tell him to go away?" The shop owner at once picked up the bowl he threw away on the ground, speaking up in all calmness. The old man is doing a foolish thing which he does not know. Actually, the begging bowl is not an ordinary one. The vessel has been made up of pure gold. It is not evident outwardly because it is covered by dirt. If he sells the bowl, he can purchase even half of the shops in the bazaar. But he uses the vessel for begging alms and coins. In the same way, our real nature is also pure and gold-like, but we do not know the value of it. More or less, it can be compared to the begging bowl in the hands of that old man. Suppose we are walking in the bazaar. A rich man of international fame gets down from his royal motor vehicle and salutes us so humbly. We will think that he salutes somebody walking behind us. So thinking, we look behind, but nobody is coming. Hence, we come to a conclusion that he has saluted us only. At the same time, we may have a doubt that the rich man might have mistaken us, taking us for someone else known to him. So, we cannot easily accept that he has saluted us. We may think and say, God is everywhere. We may say that God is omnipresent, as ghee is everywhere within the milk. We may admit God to be the life of our lives. Even though we say that God is present within ourselves, we take him to be an outsider. We cannot accept us as the person to be saluted. We never admit that our natural state itself is the godly state. We cannot admit that our natural state is the Buddha state. Actually, the state of Manonasa is our real state. The infinite ever-flowing state is our real state. But we take Manolaya, the state that comes and goes, to be our real state. When we do not hold anything that comes and goes temporarily, everything moves on its own. Everything takes part in the total movement of the universal reality. The Buddha state is not a bounded one. It is an infinite flowing state. It is not an idea that we are in the Buddha state. It is not an idea that we ourselves are the reality. It is not an idea that we are in the state of Manonasa, but it is our actuality. It is nothing but the reality. We cannot point it out positively as this is so and this is this. If we can point it out, then it will also become the part Manolaya. It will be bound to it. Whatever may be our state and whatever may be our experience in this moment, if we do not hold it positively or negatively and have it to come and go on its own, then everything becomes infinite. Everything flows. There are movements, there are things, there are people. Everything is there. Everything comes and goes with a freedom. There is no obstinacy to bind anything. So there is no end to us. We are infinite when we do not bind anything, saying this we want and this we do not want. Then everything is infinite. Everything is free. Everything is flowing forever. Chapter 34. The Intellectual Understanding. We all know about stitching with a needle. In hand stitching, the needle has a hole on its back to insert the thread into it. When we stitch a cloth with a needle, the thread will follow the needle. We are using this method of hand stitching for a pretty long time. But in the case of stitching with the sewing machine, the hole will be on the tip of the needle for inserting the thread. Thereby, the stitching becomes mechanized. Here, the thread keeps the needle behind it. In other words, the needle follows the thread. Meditation is first, enlightenment is next. This is followed by us for ages. But the modern trend is enlightenment first, meditation is next, with which more number of people could be benefited. Here, there are no hard and fast rules and practices as in the case of meditation. In this process, to attain enlightenment, understanding alone is enough and more than enough. When we speak about understanding, we need not confuse ourselves with what understanding is. There are so many classifications in the understanding, like deeper understanding, actual understanding, understanding with intuition, and so on. We have to brush aside all these threatening phrases about understanding. The understanding of which we are speaking is very simple and ordinary. This is nothing but an ordinary intellectual and superficial understanding. Even an average schoolboy can have this understanding. This understanding is as simple as one can read an ordinary storybook and understand it. But there are some who may ask, does the enlightenment, the supreme understanding, the supreme awareness really mean this mere intellectual understanding? That too only in the mental level? Is it not something beyond our intellect? Is it not beyond our ordinary mind? All these questions seem to be reasonable, because if it is a mere intellectual affair alone, then whoever reads and understands this book all must become enlightened persons, because we have said that average intelligence is enough and that there is no necessity for special training or effort. But there would be nobody who cannot understand the details of this book. Then whoever read the book must become enlightened persons, must they not? Really, we describe the understanding as mere intellectual. All our understanding happens only in the intellectual level. All the required clarifications happen only in the intellectual level. The intellect is the only tool we are having to show our way. If we have some other tool apart from our intellect, then we can try it out. But unfortunately, we have no other tool except our own intellect. If we use our ordinary intellect, it is more than enough for our understanding, for our enlightenment. But doubting our intellect is the only obstacle both for our intellect and understanding. However, the thing which is doubting is also the intellect. So, the intellect, instead of doubting itself, it must have confidence on its own. When we read the book, it is good if our intellect says that the details and facts described in the book are reasonable and I must accept and confirm it. But instead of that, if the intellect itself denies, no, this cannot be so, this must be in some other way, then our intellect itself contradicts itself. In the details given in this book, 50% alone is real, the other 50% may be false. If our intellect feels like that, and when it does not come to a definite conclusion, in that circumstance also our intellect cannot lead us to understanding, because our intellect itself acts against itself. If our intellect agrees with at least to the extent of 60%, then there is a possibility of understanding. In short, when our intellect itself does not indulge in denial of what it has understood, our intellect itself becomes the enlightened intelligence. We have started the book with the statement, give up meditation, get enlightenment. When we understand that getting enlightenment is very easy, we need not give up our meditation at all. Both enlightenment and meditation are having importance. Which one is important, whether the life or the body? Without life, body will not have value. There will be no use to the life without having a body. So, both are important and complementary to each other. Enlightenment is like the life. Meditation is like the body. So, let us have the enlightenment first, as it is very easy and simple as one can see the sunlight. Then, let us do our meditation for the total success of our life.